What does it take to win? Is it something you're born with? Is it the grind? Every day. Gear up. Do battle. For the 10,000th time. Or is it pushing to your absolute limits? To be faster. Always faster. Insanely precise. Totally free and at one with the game. Or maybe it's just getting to that place where nothing else matters. Nothing in the way of winning.
Let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Ask him now, we'll say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. All these men gonna zone out, and all these men gonna say what I did, and they twist and they work till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move from my Kodak. So finally back in my home, I'm working, I saw no, that's why I had me a job.
All right, welcome back to the hashtag Overwatch by ATK Championship Finals, Week 1, Day 2. It's a mouthful, but you all know why we're here. My name is Sanfix, and I'm joined today by Blur and Nori Mizuki. Welcome, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
That was an awful throw because neither of you knew which was supposed to talk there.
Yeah.
So you guys know why we're here. For those of you who tuned in yesterday, this is our grand final weekends for the hashtag Overwatch by ATK tournament. We've had 2 stages so far, a lot of fun games taking place, and yesterday, our first day of the group stages for the championship finals. A really fun day of Overwatch. Blur, I know you got to catch all the matches as part of the panel, and Sam, you got to catch 1 or 2 as well. So Blur, how did you feel about yesterday's matches, just briefly?
I thought the matches were really good yesterday. We obviously got the kind of cream of the crop of the casted games. We got the closest games there. But, you know, I was a little bit surprised seeing Vanguard kind of drop so meekly to Leiden, but the other matches were quite close and went pretty to script, I'd say.
Yeah, Sam, I think you got to catch the Leiden Vanguard match. So what are your thoughts on that one? You were actually the only person who had the correct prediction for that one, somehow, some way.
I was close, I was close.
I called... You're the only person who corrected their winning team, at least.
Yeah, I called the 3-2. It wound up being a 3-1, so I was close. I don't know, might have been my biggest brain moment, might have been the best guess of my life. You'll never know. But
we'll just go with the former for now, I think. Just give you the benefit of the doubt.
It was a really good match, I felt. I was somewhat surprised by a lot of the things that Vanguard did. We did talk about that, some of their compositions and stuff, but I think they've got a lot of creativity, and if they can channel that correctly, it can go a long way. But overall, yeah, I've been really, I said this at the end of the last broadcast, but I've been really impressed with the direction South African Overwatch has been moving in. So I'm really happy to be here again.
Happy to have you, and we'll have a lot of you today. You'll be on for all of our panel segments. So, you know, guiding us through some of the matches and the pre-match stuff. That should be a lot of fun. So just to bring up to date with what happened yesterday, our first match of the day was, of course, a pretty solid match. One, we weren't quite sure how it was going to play out, but at the end of the day, 2CP taking a 3-1 victory over TSG Team Miss. Second match of the day was, of course, Overwatch Cubs taking on Risen. That one going the way of Risen. A one-sided affair, despite the scoreline being 3-1 in Risen's favor. Risen never really looked like they weren't going to win that one, and other than some frankly insane heroics from Miniteg on Route 66, they managed to clutch that one up. So the third match of the day was, of course, the one we just mentioned, Leiden taking on Vanguard. Leiden taking a 3-1 victory there, much to mine and Blur's surprise, and I think all of us who were on that power ranking show were a little bit taken aback by that, but frankly the seedings did favor Leiden, so not the world's most surprising result. Looking forward to today, though, we've got 2 matches coming up. We've got Overclocked Esports taking on Evo Esports, a match again of 2 very similarly seeded teams. This is the other kind of middle of the seeding match taking place. And our second match of the day will be OG Kintsugi taking on Rage Quit Odyssey. That's quite a unique match in the sense where the 2 teams that are closest matched are actually fighting for the first seed in the group, not the second like in the rest of the group. So in this Group A matchup coming up first, what do you think we're going to see? Blur, I know you're very familiar with both of these teams as the coach.
Yeah, it's a fun little side note today that I coach 3 of the 4 teams playing today.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay. Is that not a conflict of interest?
Definitely, but you know what? I need to. So.
Fair enough.
And that's on the teams to decide, right? That's a team problem, not a coach problem.
But yeah, so I think coming into Overclocked and Evo obviously have a lot of the elite experience that we kind of lean on and saying that, you know, they've been at this level, but they did have a very bad leg. We talked about that being a little bit down to the double barrier meta, but you know, there's only so much you can go to being down to double barrier meta, and a little bit, you know, it has to be just personal responsibility, personal kind of like, you know, we didn't play to what we should be doing, we didn't do what we should be doing effectively, and you know. Whereas Overclocked in the Challenger division, they had a very clean leg. Their first game they came up against Leiden, they lost, but after that, the only match they ended up losing was a very closely contested 3-2 loss to Risen. And I mean, coming into finals, putting in some work outside of finals, you know, trying to make sure that they're aware of the meta, trying to make sure that they're aware of like what their kind of hero interactions are. They definitely have prepped for this, and so. You know, they come in as the underdogs, not on the seedings, but in kind of terms of historic, you know, strength. You know, and you think maybe they would struggle, but I think the amount of work they're putting in, they're really trying to take that slot from. And I think it's going to be a very, very good game to see there.
Yeah, and we'll come to you again, Blur, for our second match before we take a look at the map pool for the day. OG Kintsugi taking on Rage Quit Odyssey. Of course, you are coach of Rage Quit Odyssey, as you just alluded to, but OG Kintsugi, quite an interesting team to take a look at. One we'd expect, perhaps, coming in as the third seed, a very strong team, but consistency is really the name of the game of them, and not really high-powered star performances. But we haven't really seen them play, and the matches have been close, but they've always managed to kind of get themselves over the finishing line, just barely. But the last time they faced Rage Quit, it was a 3-1 victory for OG, so there is something to play for there for Rage Quit, Blur.
Yeah, I think definitely. I think given the way that last game went and the kind of historic rivalry between, I think Rage Quit will be coming in here pumped up, trying to get the win over OG here, try and secure that first place spot, because a first place spot in the group is a really, really big advantage. It means you don't come up against, one of the giants in the other groups. I think they would be coming up against either ATK or Beastie Boys straight out of groups, and that's I mean, that's not what you want straight out of groups. It's a big prize to play for them, and I think they'll be very motivated for it. But OG have been so good. You can't take anything away from them. They have consistently shown that if not the best, they will be the third best team in the league. And they'll do it consistently. They'll do it every leg, regardless of meta, regardless of who's available, regardless of what maps are in. They're just gonna make sure that they can perform their way. They make sure they perform at a consistent level, and they're gonna make sure that level is above 13 other teams.
Exactly, that's all you need to do. You don't need to be the greatest team in the world as long as you beat everybody else in the tournament. So, taking a look at the maps here, our map pool for the day is slightly different from yesterday's map pool. We've got Helios as our control map, Volsky Industries will be our assault map. We then move on to Hollywood for our hybrid map, and our escort map will be Dorado should we need it, and Oasis to close out any 2-2 tiebreakers for the day. So we end how we started yesterday. Sam, what are your thoughts on this map pool today?
I must say, I find this map pool to be very dive-centric. These are a lot of maps where you can get a ton of advantage from being able to get up onto high grounds, taking advantage, taking space, and then using that to kind of collapse in on the enemy team and then, get a foot in the door. So I think dive comps, we have been seeing a lot of it just kind of in general, even yesterday. It has been very popular, the whole Winston Zarya combination, a slightly slower dive, which I'm still not a fan of, but people want to fight me about it. It's more than likely we're going to be seeing a lot of that. Shields are just nowhere to be seen in the meta at the moment. They have been reduced to near uselessness. So a lot of that Ana play that we have been seeing so much recently, I think we could be seeing some more of that Lucio. Lucio has not been as prevalent recently, favoring more the Brigitte because it helps to stabilize your front line, and you have Peel for your Ana as well. So a very good support pick to have. And then of course the Mercy, when you run with even a double sniper or even just one sniper, we tend to see that Mercy pick coming through quite a lot as well. So definitely focusing more towards that dive that has been so popular. I think if we do see anything else, it's going to be akin to what we saw from Vanguard, possibly like a last ditch effort. We saw on Route 66, they tried the, the Orisa, the Sigma, the Bastion, just to try and cheddar their way to a map win there, but unfortunately it just didn't work out. So barring the exceptions,
Awesome. So that is our map pool for the day. Now, Sam, you said something controversial in my opinion. You said you don't like the Winston Zarya composition. Now, I've seen a lot of scrims coached by one man in particular. Blur, what are your thoughts on the Winston Zarya before we close things out?
So I think it's a very neutrally strong comp. I think it really came out in the previous meta against the bunker comps, because you dive in with your Winston, your D.Va into a bunker, both of them die. Whereas you dive in with your Winston and your Zarya bubbles the Winston, or you dive in with your Winston, the Zarya stays a little bit out, bubbles the Winston, he can't get stunned out by the Brigitte, and maybe has a chance of surviving that time. So it offers a little bit of more of a mid-rangey dive, and especially against the shields, D.Va Bomb was a really low value ult anyway, it wasn't going to kill anything. So I think switching that made a little bit more sense playing into that. And I think just in terms of the neutral mirror right now, the Zarya is just going to get so much value if the team's kind of clumped up together, because it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be the D.Va diving in more aggressively than you would expect from the Zarya. It's just going to get punished by the Zarya, and it's going to get punished by, whatever they're playing. If they're playing the Roadhog, which we've seen a little bit of as well, you know, she's good against denying his damage, but she's still vulnerable to the hook. And if she gets hooked, then all the damage in the game is going to come her way, and then there's going to be no mech, just a baby diva waiting to die. And that's, you know, not a situation you want to get stuck in. You don't want to get stuck in a position where you just don't have the kind of utility to offer your team. And I think Xayah is just a much better neutral pick. Obviously does such good damage, protects your Winston when he goes in so well with that initial thing. But also, you know, we saw a lot of really good Xayah play yesterday in kind of like clutch situations, saving things like Pharah's falling out of the air, saving things like, you know, Mercy going for a res. And that's something that we have to consider, is that she just offers such good neutral value in a meta where we might be seeing a little bit of Roadhog, and you know that could really punish things that because it can't be blocked by defense metrics. Roadhog's hook can't be blocked by defense metrics. And we're seeing a meta where Winston is allowed to be like somewhat aggressive, but it'll be a lot more measured, it'll be a lot more clumped up. So I like it. I like this comp. I think it's a very nice neutral comp, which is kind of natural evolution of that more aggressive dive. They kind of paper over its more iconic weaknesses, the gaps it leaves, and you know the isolatability of some of the targets. But I don't know how its staying power is going to go, especially with the next round of changes coming through. I think we might see a little bit of a more neutral dive coming back out, especially considering the beams are getting nerfed. So
Yeah.
Xayah might see a little bit less playtime.
Could well be. Now, Sam, that leaves you with an alternative point of view. Instead of talking us through that, why don't you tell us what your favorite composition is, if not the Winston Xayah, when it comes to the tank line at least?
Honestly, I would probably go with Ball Zarya, because in that instance, you are essentially playing your Zarya as a third DPS. And if it is a little bit more difficult because Brigitte is still in the mix, and of course Sombra is so powerful at the moment, so there does need to be a lot of resources being pumped into your Wrecking Ball so that he can create the space needed for you to kind of collapse in on the rest of the team. But I think that it opens up slightly more opportunities, and again, you still have that bubble to try and help him get out if necessary. It doesn't rely so much, because the Winston composition, you're kind of relying on him to get primal so that he can extend the fight, and in that regard he gives Zarya space, Zarya pops off, you win the fight. But if he doesn't build primal, you lose. So I find that Wrecking Ball will get a little bit more value. He can build up his ultimate quickly, and of course his ultimate is great for space denial, which denies a lot of enemy compositions and denies getting onto the point or getting through a choke point, however you choose to use those Wrecking Balls. So that's one of my preferred compositions at the moment. But I suppose we'll have to see what these teams go with. The Winston Zarya, for now, you know, as Blur said, it's still early days, and I think that teams will find a way around it fairly soon. I don't think it's going to stick around for too much longer.
Alternative to that, just briefly, is of course that Roadhog Xayah that we've been seeing a little glimpse of here and there, which I love to watch because my brain is very good, and the big hook is very hype, and that makes me smile. So that's giving it for our pre-show here. We'll allow Blur to run off to Altruism. They will of course be covering our matches today from inside the proverbial casting booth. Myself and Sam will be on with a menagerie of guests. Starting off with Lag Beast once again this morning to take us through the pre-match of Overclock versus Evo. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around 5 minutes. All right, welcome back everybody to the hashtag Overwatch by ATK Grand Finals or Championship Finals weekend, day 2. This is some Group A action here. Overclocked Esports taking on Evo Esports. Should be a fun game. I'm joined this time once again by Naori and Lagbeast. Welcome, Lagbeast.
Hey, how's it going?
You tell me. You just yesterday got to see your charge in XVG 2CP. Like a fairly closely contested match against the TSG team Mist. So how are you feeling? How did you feel watching that match? I understand you were up and down emotionally a little bit, having a good time. And are you happy with how the team performed?
Yeah, overall, I'd say I'm very happy. Naturally, being the coach, watching your team do mistakes you've told them to try avoid, and it's definitely has its ups and downs, but then watching them overcome and win is also, there's no feeling quite like it. So I'm very proud of them. They did really well.
And I'm sure spirits must be high as well within the team after a difficult stage 2, coming in and kind of getting that monkey off your back, beating the team that just barely took the game off you in stage 2 must feel pretty good for the boys and girls.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they're all really stoked, and I think they're starting to see glimpses of their own potential, and it's obviously creating some good energy and emotion in the team, and I want to try capitalize best I can.
And potential is the name of the game here as well. Overclocked, one of the teams on a bit of an upward trend. We saw them at the end of stage 1 of the Challenger division, end in 3rd place. Take that playoff match versus RQ Odyssey. Not quite able to take it away from them, but still kind of on the cusp of Elite Division. And then in stage 2, securing that 2nd place spot behind Leyden Overwatch in Challenger Division. That means they're seeded as though they were in the Elite Division. So one of the top 8 teams in the country, ostensibly, and the team that dropped down from Elite Division was in fact Evo Esports. So a bit of an interesting situation, an interesting dichotomy between the trajectories of these two teams, at least in terms of their performances. What are your thoughts on that, Nori?
Please, so many things can factor into that, right? Team stability is probably one of the biggest things that's kind of a ongoing discussion amongst the South African scene, because a lot of these players, if you follow their histories, their storylines over the past couple of years, obviously for the ones that have been around longer, they kind of tend to ping pong between teams. I think probably the most stable teams are 2CP and ATK, and even they have had quite a few of those swap ups here and there. So when you have that constantly happening, when you have to rotate players around, when your team is changing every few minutes or whatever, it can definitely start to affect your stability, which comes into your mental game, and that has a massive impact. However, there is of course the upswing. Once those changes have been made and you start to stabilize, that's when you can start to push forward, when you can start to make the necessary changes, the necessary adaptations, and start improving. And that's exactly what we've seen from Overclocked over the last 2 stages. They've started to kind of come together as a team, figure out exactly how they play together, how they're going to synergize, how they're going to get into that macro play. That was something I discussed yesterday before the game, that last game, Leyden versus Vanguard. It's so important to have that macro play, and where these kind of mid-tier teams struggle is they've got the micro, they've got the individual skill, but they tend to lack in the macro. So when you can start building up on that, as we've seen Overclock doing, then we start to see that upward trajectory, and it bodes really well for them. But of course, there are some very, very strong teams in that mid-tier, so it's not going to be as easy as we make it out to be. Once you get onto that trajectory, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to keep going on the up and up. There's a lot of work involved.
That is a wall to your progress on your way towards the top. Now, you mentioned kind of getting your roster stabilized, that kind of thing, and Lagby said something you know a little bit about through your work with 2CP. Something else you know about with your work with 2CP is, of course, coaching, and we just spoke to Blair, now coach of both of these teams. Talk to us a little bit about the effect a coach can have on the performance, and as best as you can, what do you think the effect of having both teams coached by the same person is going to have on this match?
I was actually going to ask about that, looking at the sheet you provided me earlier, seeing Blair's name appear there twice. I think it's definitely interesting. I don't know how else to describe it. Both teams obviously have their own strengths and their own weaknesses. So I'm sure Blur's probably trying to bring out the strengths in either team. What's nice is both teams in the ideal world should be receiving the same information and sort of coaching from Blur. So I'm sure we're going to see like a lot of mirror matches going on here. We're probably going to see a lot of the same approaches being taken, by both teams. And then it will just come down to the individuals and whether or not they're taking their 1v1s and, they're using their resources better than the opposing player, on the same hero. So I think, you as a coach, you tend to have a major impact, not just on what's happening in the game, like Noari mentioned with the macro and the minor plays, but as well as the mental aspect and helping to ensure that each player is operating at 100% and really trying to bring everything that they possibly can. So I think should be an interesting.
That should be very interesting indeed. So why don't we take a look at the rosters here? Let's start us off with Overclock Esports. It will of course be Dankhill, I believe, on that main tank role. Cubic reprising his role on that off tank, and that's going to be a key player to look out of. Cubic is really a stand-up player for them. Guard side on the main DPS. Luke playing that other DPS, both stand-up players in their own right as well. Then Peach today is someone we should all be very familiar with. Every time something goes wrong with production, it's not defect as it is right now. It will be Peach making the mistakes, and he's going to be hoping not to make any mistakes in the game today. Usually quite a solid hand for this team, captain as well. And then rounding out the squad will be EQZA for them. So at least from what you know about this team, what are you looking for?
I want to see them communicating effectively. I want to see them planning their ults, their combos together. I want to see some clever play with using map terrain. That's what I'm expecting. That's what I want to see.
Awesome, and I think as we built the narrative yesterday around Stalker on that main tank, it's going to be up to Dankhill here to really make that space for his team and buy the space for Cubic and go outside as the two carry players for this team. In my opinion, looking towards Evo Esports, though, quite a stable roster for the most part, but one significant change, which will run you through. Maestro will be opening things up on that main tank, expecting to see a lot of Winston out of him. It will be Big Tuna on the off tank as per usual. Cheetah Boy on the DPS alongside Jelly Doodle. Smiley, the newest player for this team, replacing 420, aka Wallace, who has since moved to 2CP, and Space Panda, the captain herself, will be on that flex support role. So Sam, you've got a little bit of familiarity with the squad. What do you think we're going to see today?
So what interests me is seeing Maestro with the diva image there, and of course, I just remember Maestro's Ryan plays from way back in the day, and that's something that has kind of stuck with me. I mean, for me to remember that from like 2 years ago, it's something that definitely stood out from all that time. But definitely a player to look out for. Can be quite aggressive at times, but gets a lot of support from the rest of the team, and of course that's how you support an aggressive main tank. Although it seems he's possibly going to be reprising that off tank role. If we actually diva, I'll be mighty surprised. We did kind of talk about how I know we talked about how the Matrix doesn't really do too much at the moment. Big Tuna, I see the Wrecking Ball there, and I'm hoping for it. Maybe I'll get to see my Winston, or rather my Wrecking Ball Zarya preferred composition. I think that would be a lot of fun. Cheetah Boy and Jelly Doodle, really good support. Well, they support their team by doing damage. How about that? Yes, really good DPS players. And if I'm not mistaken, Cheetah Boy actually comes from a CS background, so interesting to see the Doomfist pick there. But again, Doomfist has been a monster, particularly in those comp games. We don't see him too much in the pro play because he is a little bit easier to deal with when you know what you're doing, but can be absolutely devastating if you get those one-shot wall smashes, I guess. So hopefully we get to see a little bit of that. Jelly Doodles, Ash, and Widow have been quite terrifying in the past. So really enjoying seeing that. But as you mentioned, the biggest storyline here, of course, is going to be Smiley, the new support player, and looking like going to be running on main support. So that's really important. That's generally going to be like your Brig or your Anna player. And of course, we've got Space Panda on the Anna already. So hopefully we'll see the break come out here. Hopefully not too much Lucio. But I think that it's really going to come down to how well these two support players play together. Synergy amongst supports is really important in maintaining stability in the rest of the team, particularly your tank line. So with a brand new support player in here, it can have a massive effect if they can get that synergy down.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Something to note about Evo Esports, as I mentioned at the top of this segment, they have been struggling this season to kind of come to terms with the cup of team, and at the end of the day, losing a critical player-hero combination like Wallace and his Lucio in that main support role is, you know, a bit of a problem to have to solve. And Smiley coming in from late, and it remains to be seen how she's gonna slot into that role. But Lag, you're quite familiar with the team on a bit of a downward trend and the challenges that brings. How do you address those issues and really bring the team back up when they've been going through a difficult patch?
In my experience, the best way is literally just to start from the foundational stuff again. Take people through like it's like a play-by-play almost of where they need to go, what they need to do, like the things they need to keep in mind, and then don't information overload. Take that foundational stuff, go into a scrim, let them try implement it, continue that same methodology, implement new measures, new things to follow, go into a scrum, implement them, and continue doing that. And that's, in my opinion, the only way you can try rectify, because when you get new players in the team, often there's new dynamics that happen. There's a whole bunch of like learning that needs to take place. Not everybody is on the same knowledge space, so you got to, ensure that you're picking everybody up and lifting everybody, not just, the handful that are receptive.
Right there. Now, Sam, we spoke a lot about the tank line in terms of what we might expect to see, but what about the DPS line? A lot of variation there, at least from what we saw yesterday. But in your humble opinion, what is your platonic ideal from what you hope to see?
That's a difficult one. I think that double sniper has a lot of space in the meta at the moment. Mercy has been very strong recently, and of course damage boost still makes those sniper heroes very, very scary. You throw an Ashe in there as well, get that spam damage out, taking a lot of control of space, particularly small choke points. That can do a lot. But we've also seen a lot of the Tracer Pharah, and I love that. It's a slightly more split dive. You've got the Pharah in the air creating a crossfire with the Tracer down below, and of course that splits up the attention of the enemy team, and depending on the composition that they're running, if they are going to be running a more dive centric composition, having a split attention can make your entire attack or defense fall apart. So I love seeing that, and I think some of these maps actually lend themselves to that kind of composition as well. I'm speaking specifically about Volskaya. We tend to see a lot of the Pharah play on that first point, not so much the second point, but first point she can really shine, but so can double sniper. So I'm really hoping it's going to be some variation of those two compositions, hopefully a little less Genji. The Genji is still quite powerful. You can still build the blade fairly quickly, but there's too much that can shut it down right now. So I hope that we're not going to be seeing too much of that. And lastly, I'd like to see some more Sombra. We saw a little bit of it yesterday. Sombra is very powerful at the moment. EMP, off broadcast, myself and the other panelists, we made a couple of jokes where an EMP would come out at the end of the fight, and your typical Sombra player, I hacked everyone, why is no one dying? Like that is something that tends to happen. But I think if you can coordinate it well, and again, it comes down to that macro play. If you can coordinate it well, if you can get that EMP, call it out early, and your team can then capitalize on that, then it's also something that creates a massive space for you to push through. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to here.
Yeah, there was some egregious EMP on Hanamura that shocked me and Miru to no end, and they somehow still ended up winning that round. But before we sign off here and jump into the match, Sam, why don't you give us a prediction for how you think this one's going to go?
I think it's going to be... I'm going to go with a 3-1 to Evo. I want to give Overclocked at least some credit here. I think that there's a lot of potential there, but I'm seeing Evo take this one.
Lag Beast, do you agree?
I'll say 3-2 to Evo. I'll say 3-2
okay.
to
A bit of a closer game there. I agree with Sam.
I think it's going to come down to
Go for it.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the wire on this. I think it's going to be super close.
Awesome. I hope so. I always like to see very close games. I'm going to go with continuing the trend of 3-1s as well. I think it's going to be an EVO 3-1 victory. I think they're the stronger team, but I think Overclocked has definitely got it in them to really show up and put them under pressure and take a map off them. So that about sums that up, guys. We will jump into the match joined after this short break by Altruism and Blur. They'll be taking you through the proceedings today. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Joined here by Blur. I'm Altruism as always. It's going to be an interesting game here today. Certainly a lot of support coming out for EVO from our panel there. They definitely think that EVO is going to be taking it. Blur, you've coached both these teams, and I know you've got a bit of a soft spot for EVO as well. How are you feeling about this?
Soft spot for EVO is one way to phrase it, but I strongly think we're going to see an EVO win today. I think Overclocked have come a long way, but EVO have that experience, and given the amount of work coming through before this tournament, they just had a whole boot camp last weekend. I'm expecting a 3-0 to EVO. I know I've been proven wrong when I predicted 3-0 yesterday, but 3-0 to EVO from my side.
I love it how the 3-0, the one that you were most confident on, was the only one you got wrong. I mean, you did pretty well with the predictions yesterday. I was 0 for 3 on my prediction, so I kind of feel like I want to go towards Overclocked just to either continue my record of getting nothing right or be the one person who just pushed it out. I know our production team as well is going, you know what, Overclocked has a good opportunity to take this. It's going to be interesting to see how they manage to do that. They've got a lot of things that you want to be doing. We're looking at Ilios as our first map. This is going to be different from Oasis yesterday. There's a lot of room for environmental kills. So, I mean, Lucia is not super strong now, but when you get a 3-man boop off the side, that wins your team fight instantly. So,
yeah, definitely. I think that's something we should definitely be looking out for today. I think Smiley specifically might be looking to flex Lucio here, a disciple of the Wallace School of main support. I think we might see a little bit of the Reddits coming out in this match. But yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing this come through.
I don't know, just for me, that's the best thing to see on a kill feed, just because I know how triggered I get when I'm like, I'm busy playing Ana, I'm like, yes, healing everyone, doing fantastic things. Oh, wait, I'm falling to my death. And you have that 3 seconds of just, oh, great. So our first part is going to be the ruins, a nice big open map, certainly some opportunity for Farah to get some use here. What sort of dive, because I assume we're going to be looking for some big things. I already see that Overclocked has picked up that Zarya and Roadhog combo, very favored by them. Both teams also picking up a Widow straight out of it, just because of those amazing sightlines. And Cheetah Boy looking to get that Sombra into this game that Naori was so excited for.
Yeah, I think the stylistic difference we're going to see here, I doubt we're going to see the Diva out of Maestro. I think we're probably going to see him come out on a Winston rather than that. Be very surprised. Historically, though, Maestro did start as an off-tank, so maybe not the most unrealistic thing in the world, but I think stylistically, we're probably going to see, if they come out with the Roadhog Zarya, we're going to see them play a little bit more of a passive style, look to bait them in, and the Echo kind of plays into that. From the side of EVO, though, they're going to be looking to kind of disable and shut down the elements of the overclocked comp. That's why they have that Sombra. The Widowmakers, it's going to be down to that duel. I think if Jelly gets an advantage in that duel early, Luke is going to have a really tough time taking up some space. So it's going to be interesting to see how that progresses.
Evo definitely looking to get aggressive. They have swapped Maestro onto the Winston, so going to be looking to the backline, but needs to be careful about the Peach there on the Brigida, looking for it. And so he is going to try and take early possession of the point there. Does get the bubble up very nicely from the Zarya, and goes down. Oh, go outside, getting a nice pick on the Ana straight away. Space Panda going down, and so that's going to be big. Go outside, manages to get off the other support as well. Smiley going to go down early in this fight, and it means that Overclocked is going to take this very, very early, just using that passive playstyle to their advantage. Jelly Doodle does win out the Widow fight eventually, but gets the double kill on the end of that.
Now, I think we saw a much better neutral fight there from Overclock, but coming into this fight here, 2 early picks, we should see them. I think we expect to see Evo take this quite easily from this point on.
Jelly Doodle, Cheetah Boy, in fact, getting up a nice pick there on the Sombra, just managing to support that Winston. Winston does go down eventually, but it has been Evo that's managed to retake this point now on that fight. And so 2 very half fights coming in there. Jelly Doodle again beats out Go Outside in that Widow duel, and so that's going to secure Evo this first point.
Yeah, I think that's a good play from Evo there. Nice play from Jelly Doodle there to just see exactly where he can push, exactly how he can pressure down this team, and actually just give this team a really nice opportunity to take this. Now with this kind of chokehold that's Evo going to be looking, ooh, Go Outside with the early pick there. That's going to open up the fight a little bit.
That just, Jelly Doodle was playing such an aggressive space there on that front to the back there. It just opens him up for that long range snipe. Well, now we see the Primal Rage just securing this point, just knocking around the back line a little bit. Go Outside doing again amazing work on this Widow to take out Smiley on the Mercy, but they're not really able to push in just yet. They're going to have to stay back. Sheldon doing a great job on the Zarya to just maintain that front line, pushing back and just putting Overclocked under a lot of pressure. They're getting the picks that they need, but they just are falling too fast to make anything of it.
Yeah, I think that's really, really nice work from Evo there. I think I'm having a little bit of a connection drop right now, however. So I think you're going to have to carry this one through alt.
Oh, Go Outside again, picking off Smiley there. The support's getting hammered down by the Widows. We have gone to a pause. The support's just Space Panda getting disconnected there. Seems to be the same problem that you're having. But so that does mean that Evo has lost both of their supports at the beginning of this fight. Obviously, Smilo getting taken out by the Widowmaker, and with Space Panda having to respawn now, losing a lot of ult charge there. In fact, I wasn't able to see it straight away, but it's going to be interesting to see if Evo can take this. Sheldon also going to be leaving that match. Ooh, that is going to be big. That was an ultimate for the Zarya that's going to be dropped now, and that is when you lose the grab to nothing, Overclock's got to take advantage of this. Luke's also managed to pick up that replicate, so it's going to be Overclock's fight, I would think, for the next fight. Just let Evo re-stagger themselves and reset themselves for the next fight.
Yeah, honestly, I think Evo probably gonna just int onto point here, make sure that they reset their point with a little bit of extra percentage on the clock. But that's just not an ideal situation. You look at Cubic and Dankil nearly to their tank ults. Both of their DPS have ults and both of their supports nearly have ults. Overclocks will be feeling pretty secure for at least the next couple of fights. So Evo really need to play quite hard here to just try and secure just a little bit of extra space, a little bit of extra time. Ooh, no decides coming out for you. Go Outside. Jelly Doodle shutting you down immediately.
Jelly Doodle is just playing so well. Both of the snipers, in fact, doing really well, and it is going to be Overclocked managing to push onto that point now. They've just got to take out Cheetah Boy on that Sombra. Cheetah Boy does have that ultimate, so the hack could come up for the next fight to really just negate a lot of this, but it is going to be Overclocked looking to push their advantage now. Just shut back Evo into the back of their line. Smiley has come through with nearly that ultimate, but the rest of the team going to be struggling to try and now fight out the ultimate fight. There is 40% up for Overclock, so there's a bit of time there. We do see the Graviton Surge coming out early for Overclock, just shutting down that main choke, and a good follow-up by the rest of the team manages to shut this out instantly. Not an expensive fight. Peach also using that rally to just get them that extra bit of armor and sustain, but the rest of it, Overclock just managing to hold that. Luke and EQ holding on to their ultimates for the next fight.
I think what's really important there is they didn't allow the players, Jelly, that came back for the fights for Evo to really get their ults up. Sheldon getting nice percentage, but Space Panda really not getting a lot out of that fight. The MP being online, though, does give them the opportunity to really put them in a position of advantage for this fight, and the MP coming out now immediately takes out Peach, and EQ, or hacked as well, might not be able to get that nano off.
This is huge. The replicate was used and instantly counted out by that Valkyrie by Mercy. Means that it's not going to get a huge amount of value in this fight. Cubic, though, doing amazing work here on the Zarya, just manages to push forward with it. Such high charge and slicing through the side of Evo there. And with Evo now only 10% left to get onto this point, it's going to be up to Maestro to get onto that point. Oh, the double kill with that fantastic Primal Rage manages to secure them a positional advantage. Peach going to run in at the late now to try and stall this out. 20% left, and that is a stagger at the end.
Yeah, Peach needed to get onto that point just a second earlier. The fact that he didn't means that his teams are now at a really big disadvantage coming to this last fight, especially with the grab online for the side of Evo. And Cheetah Boy already 50% back to that EMP, having just used it. So really good position for Evo to be in now. They might be feeling themselves coming to this last fight.
A good bit of aggression comes out from Maestro and followed up by Jelly Doodle there, looking to shut down that sniper. Here comes the Graviton Surge. It's only caught Dankiel though, and so with that Primal Rage, he's got so much HP, he's able to survive through it. He has been anti-nated up and does get down eventually, but does find the Space Panda kill that he would have liked. He has that EMP built up so quickly into this fight. Doesn't catch out a lot, but catches out enough to make this work. Go outside getting the pick onto Jelly Doodle, but the Widow itself is not going to be able to contest this point for very long. It is an overtime, so the winner of this fight should have it, and it does go the way of Evo, despite their problems with their connections.
Yeah, and that's just really good fight management there from Evo. We have to say though that Cheetah Boy is so crucial in that round. That EMP coming in so clutch to actually clutch out that fight for them, put them in a position where they were able to just clean up that fight before it was really ever even a threat. We talk about the Grav only catching the ulting Winston, but besides that, you know, he did manage to get Space Panda off the map, but just burnt out so much HP while he was in that Grav that they put themselves in a really good ult position there to kind of clutch out that round. Coming into now Ilios, well, is this the map where we see a Lucio? Is this the map where we see a couple of boops? That's going to be the question here. But Evo for now look like they're sticking on that Sombra. Jelly on the Symmetra to get them out of spawn. It'll be interesting to see what he sticks on. Coming out with that Pharaoh is overclocked here though. Overclocked on that Pharaoh might put down a lot of pressure from the air, and it's going to be quite crucial to see whether or not they're able to keep the fight going long enough for her to get value.
I like this pick as well. Like Naori was saying, that combination of the Pharaoh and the Tracer just gives so many angles and such a nuisance presence from the DPS here for Overclocked. It's going to be interesting. What is your win condition looking like? I see Cheetah Boy again is on that Sombra. I'd like to hear about that afterwards. There's a bit of a split fight going on here. Evo pushing through that main point now while Overclocked prefers to take that gallery area, and Luke manages to get the pick onto Jelly Doodle on that Tracer. Mercy going into a dangerous position there. Smiley, in fact, is going to get taken out. Cubic slicing through there. Cubic's been doing a great job on the Zarya to just secure some space, and now the rest of the team going to be spreading out, getting some huge amounts of damage. Luke popping away with those rockets into the back line, manages to do a huge amount. EQ managing to get that, and Peach manages to pick up Dankiel. So great early fights consistently here from Overclocked.
Yeah, I think Overclocked coming in with a very set idea of what they want to be doing here, and it's kind of showing. Cubic, of course, doing a lot of work, but Luke pumping in so much damage there. Evo's really going to have to take some wide angles here, coming from multiple angles to mitigate how much value that Parrot can get. But I think, you know, the comp from Evo are really a nice aggressive dive, so they need to actually really get in aggressive, try and punish EQ without that Brig now in this round. They're going to have to try and just get in a little bit more aggressively at him.
It's going to be difficult though, because you've got such mobile heroes in the Tracer and the Pharaoh who are able to support no matter where you dive. Oh, here we see the Graviton Surge coming out. It only picks up the Winston, and he has been nano boost up, so it's going to negate a bit of the nano boost. The Primal Rage comes onto the point. Go outside, managing to get that Pulse Bomb onto Brigitte in the back line, but Maestro in the front line just causing havoc in the back line of Overclocked there, just to try and spread them out a little bit. Doesn't manage to pick up any kills though, so Overclocked's still going to look very healthy for this fight. They do have the nano boost up in this. Valkyrie's being popped. There goes the barrage into the back line. Does manage to take out Cheetah Boy. That's it, but they've secured enough kills that it's simply Jelly Doodle on the point now, trying to get some sort of value. Has built up another Pulse Bomb into this, and so it's going to be interesting. Doesn't manage to get out in time, and so the pause comes out with Overclocked looking very comfortable, 64% already, and a nano boost in the bank. All right, so Blur seems to have been dropped again a little bit. So a big fight coming out so far from Overclocked to win that neutral fight and just take the percentage up. And all the fights so far have looked pretty one-sided towards them. Luke doing amazing work here on that Pharaoh. Evo coming in, though. They're going to have this next fight pretty much in the bag if they executed it properly. Cheetah Boy has got the EMP, saw how effective that was in the previous fight, and the Graviton Surge could set the whole thing up nicely. If you combo those two things, it's just an instant kill for the rest of the team. So far, Evo doing well in terms of earning some efficiency. Maestro doing a good job of causing some havoc in the backline, but certainly not enough to be going towards any sort of capturing of the point. They've looked fended off in quite a lot of space, not managing to put any pressure in the backlines, and while the Tracer's working out, certainly getting a lot of pressure, not getting the pickoffs that they need just because of the mobility of this overclocked side. So guys, Blur has just disconnected for a little bit. We're going to be waiting for him to come back. Apparently lagging out completely. So thankfully he's analyst. The play-by-play of a slideshow would be much more difficult to do. So Blur, it seems like you're back.
Yeah, I am back now. Apologies for that. Having a little bit of technical issues with our internet on our side, but yeah, looking at that, you know, Evo really struggling to take up the space. They're coming through that very narrow choke, and despite that, they're getting just spammed down by the Pharaoh there, and they really need to come out a little bit more aggressively onto the backline of Overclocked. You know, they're giving them a little bit too much space, and that Pharaoh just has all the time in the world to just look for that spam damage, look for the damage that she's able to get out. And, you know, they really are getting punished for it right now. They really need to consider how they want to take these fights, how they want to shut down this aerial win condition. Maybe even just switch their Tracer onto an Ashe and let Jelly try and take that Pharaoh out of the sky himself. He did prove very capable of that on the Ruins map that we just saw them. So I think they need to reconsider a little bit. They've been really struggling to kind of take up that space, and you know, that map really, if you're not gonna path well into it, it is gonna punish you. It's just there's lots of really tight chokes, and you know, that's just kind of definitive of Ilios well.
You know, I'm interested to see this Brigitte pick. The idea behind it seems to be that Maestro, Jelly Doodle, Cheetah Boy can get into the opponent's backline, start putting some pressure on them back there, with Smiley just sitting back to be able to support Space Panda and Sheldon, but just not being able to do much there, certainly not getting the hits that they want to onto these diving DPS here from Overclocked. And so Overclocked looking quite comfortable, getting up 3/4 of that percentage, and it's going to be up to Evo to try and make something in this fight. They really only have one big opportunity to now take control and then set themselves up for the defense to try and get that percentage back. We do see Maestro diving into the back line. Now the Graviton Surge comes out with the EMP. That's going to be huge. This should win them the fight. Exactly what we wanted. Jelly Doodle committing that Pulse Bomb as well to just secure that fight very, very quickly. It's going to be the Pharaoh and the Mercy in the air. Pharaoh gets hacked up, and that's going to drop him down onto the ground. Instantly collapsed upon by the team, and poor little Pete in the air just left to the massacre.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, it has to be the beginning of what needs to be the turn for the fight for Evo. They're in a position where they've given the side of Overclocked a lot of times. They have to play very aggressively. They have to shut down the entries to the point for Overclocked, and if they don't, Overclocked will just get too much control. With the fact that they're playing this Pharaoh and this Tracer, they are like in a position where they can get control of the point quite easily.
Oh, both monkeys diving to opposite sides now. The nano boost comes out from EQ on Overclock, so looking to just dedicate all the play to this very aggressive res attempt coming out from Peach there into the backline. Get shut down very early, and that's a devastating fight for them. They would have liked to have just built up a little bit more ultimate advantage there and take the fight all at once, but they did drop that nano boost in the middle.
And I like this from Evo here, pushing out, making sure that they're not able to regroup quite high, making sure that they're not able to just kind of stand at the choke and wait and kind of stabilize. They're pushing them all the way back to spawn as much as they can, and that's really, really nice to see. Really, really good to kind of like make sure that they're going to take maximum poke, give their echo time to get some value in this fight.
It's a nice swap coming out. That MP did such a good job there, but now they've managed to swap onto a little bit more of a off-angle play with the Echo. Bit of an aggressive push coming forward, though. Maestro in the front line is going to have to be careful. He's got that Primal Rage. He's been caught up by the Graviton Surge with the Sticky Bomb to finish that off there. So 2 ultimates committed simply for a diving Winston. Meanwhile, their Winston in the back line, Dankiel doing a lot of work, has opened up some space for the rest of the team to push forwards now. Again, Luke doing a great job here on the Pharah. Has dropped that barrage as well recently, so he's going to be looking to build that up. EQ nearly with another nano boost on this one, and it looks like Overclocked going to be able to take this point. They're just going to take out Maestro on the Winston. They've got a Primal Rage to try and knock him off the point for as long as it takes, and they are going to click it out. Overclocked with no advantage in terms of DCs or anything like that, still managed to take this fight quite comfortably.
Yeah, and I think that's very much down to the early stage fight of there. They really struggled to get into the fight until 99%. They did get a good chunk on the point, 74% really good considering it was a one-fight win condition for Overclocked. But coming onto this map here, like not as many really tight chokes, not as much kind of necessarily easy spam angles for this team, so they might struggle to really assert themselves in the same way on this point where it's not as easy to deny that space. That said though, Evo really have to consider how they're going to take this fight. They really struggle to take space in that round, and they have to be considering their pathing and their engagement positions a little bit better.
Ooh, now this is interesting. We have almost a mirror comp. Obviously, Jelly Doodle, in fact, is going to be a perfect mirror comp. Who do you give the advantage to here going forward with this exact lineup?
Well, we saw Jelly do a lot of good work on the duel with the Ashe in the previous round, and you know, we have seen Go Outside kind of play really well in his own right, but I think we have to be saying that Jelly Doodle could potentially be the difference maker in the top.
Well, Cheetah Boy going to be the first one to pick it out and does manage to pick up a double kill there. Both Winston's trading space for their team, and it just gives Cheetah Boy a little bit more space, managing to pick up Peach. That's going to be massive. Jelly Doodle and Maestro following up with kills of their own, and so the position for the poor Zarya here at the end, Cubic has done well so far, but not going to be able to secure it. And Evo take the first point for this map.
Yeah, I think that's a kind of fundamental difference from what we've seen in the first 2 points from Evo's, that they've now managed to take out a first fight, and I think they'll feel really comfortable taking the Ashe and Echo duel here. The two heroes, Cheetah Boy and Jelly Doodle, are very, very comfortable on. So, you know, I mean, we see that Jelly Doodle 10% ahead of Go Outside on the ults, Cheetah Boy and Luke going head to head on that. So, you know, it's going to be very key to see how this fight progresses based on how those two can deliver in this round.
Space Panda being the standout there with a much bigger ult advantage, nearly up to that nano boost, and so with that, they haven't even had to drop an ult yet, and they've still managed to take this fight very convincingly. Go Outside being the only one to pick up a kill for Overclocked, and that still gets raised up.
Yeah, and that's just really good fight management from the side of Evo there. They're just completely shutting down Overclocked's entry. I mean, they don't even have to use any ultimates there specifically. Sheldon not getting a lot of ult charge in that fight, and still being relatively close to Cubic in that sense. They've got such a big ult advantage now, especially with that Nano and Valk already online, where the supports on the side of Overclocked are just nowhere close. So Overclocked really needs to on the other side of the coin now, Overclocked are the ones needing to consider how they engage in these fights.
Overclocked going very aggressive in the beginning there. Dankyo going onto the high ground, but collapsed upon by the rest of the team. Evo not wanting to dedicate to the backline and just shut down that Winston straight away, and that allows them to turn the pressure. Now we see Cubic, Maestro going to the backline there. They've even got a second Winston now coming. Boy, just realizing the main tank's dropped, and so puts that one in there. Go Outside dropping Bob for this fight. Manages to get a lot of ult percentage up after that, but certainly not anything enough to secure the point, and they would have liked to have kept that with Luke's ultimate now to try and take this at the death.
And a much more aggressive comp coming out of Overclock now. The Moira Lucio and the Tracer coming out now to try and get a touch on this point and try and fight out a bit more aggressively. But it's really, really dangerous at this stage. They've really struggled to find a footing in this round, and already losing picks here. It could be a fight-win condition already for Evo.
That's so difficult to get through. The Bob and the Graviton Surge pushed onto the point there means that that's almost a death box for them to try and jump into. They've got a couple of people contesting now. The poor Echo is going to be the last one there. Luke, in fact, falls at the death. And so with Peach, the lone Lucio trying to stall that out, it's going to be Evo all the way here to secure map 1.
Yeah, and that's just really good play from the side of Evo there to just manage that round so perfectly. They played that map, you know, they had their positioning completely correct, they had their engagements completely correct, and they were just able to just take such a good advantage in that round.
I love this Widow duel, though. We saw such good play coming out from both of them, and certainly here, this play of the game shows that Space Panda getting picked off at the back there. And it just, I like to see that we've got some hit scans who are really playing some great positional play, being able to hit those hits, because it means that your tank players that we have seen be so decisive in these matches have the support that they need. They only need a fraction of space for their DPSs for them to pop off. And what do you think is separating these two teams? Overclocked winning the early fights in 2 out of the 3 maps and then rolling with that momentum. Evo, though, in that third round, looking completely decisive and turning it completely on its head.
Yeah, I think in that third round we have to really talk about Space Panda and Smiley there. They put it out so much healing, they got so much constructive ult charge in the early stages of that round. And it just gave like Jelly Doodle and Cheetah Boy the space to just be so effective, so devastating. Because Maestro and Sheldon playing so aggressively, taking up really aggressive, good positions, making it really difficult for Overclock to get in. And if your team can't even get it in, the only thing they're shooting is the tanks. The healers aren't going to get ult charge, so they're just going to be completely like forced out of the fight.
I'm interested to see how these initiations are going. We've seen that seemed to be the problem for Overclock there in that last round, where they just, once they'd lost the fight, they couldn't get back into it. We've seen Cubic doing such a great job on that Zarya when they've got that advantage. They're able to hold that position. Cubic playing around the supports, just using that charge to enforce a kind of wall for Evo to try and get through. But once they'd lost that fight, it's difficult for them to get back into it. So as we go on to an assault map here, it's going to be interesting to see how Overclock managed that, getting onto the point in the first point. I mean, that's the whole basis of an assault map, is how good is your initiation? How clean is it? How much of an advantage can you take in the first 3 seconds?
And I think also, you know, we have to talk about in that situation, the initiations were very good from Evo in that third round, but also the ultimate economy in that round was really well managed. We saw them not use an ultimate out of line. They weren't using them for fun. They weren't using them in lost fights, mainly because they didn't lose any fights. But, you know, we saw them use their ultimates very kind of in a nice staggered way. And it just give me... Yeah, they've staggered their ult in a really nice staggered way. They made it really difficult for the team to engage on them, and they put themselves in a situation where they were able to just put themselves firmly in the lead. And from the side of Overclock, they almost started to panic towards the end there. We saw the Bob used very, very late in that half, putting themselves like a little bit staggered there, and then they had to switch the Trace to the Moira Lucio, and they put themselves so behind on ultimates that even if they were able to get onto points and get a couple of picks, the ultimates should have been enough to shift it for Evo. And before the ultimates even started really coming out, the fight really had shifted into Evo's side.
It's something I have noticed from Overclock so far, is that the ultimate usage has been a little bit questionable. I mean, in the Ruins phase, they had the advantage of it, and they were able to use their ults pretty well, getting out some Graviton Surges there in the backline. But the rest of it have looked kind of staggered, you know, where there's either been a lost fight that they've committed ultimates to, or just a single ultimate where all they needed to do was regroup. They'd lost the point at that stage, and they were looking to break back into it. They had the map percentage. They had the control percentage. All they really needed to do against Evo was sit back, build up 2 or 3 more ultimates, go in with an overwhelming advantage, and then win the fight from there. But Overclocked seems to be struggling on their ultimate usage.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a defining factor, and it might be a little bit of inexperience with the team. It might also be, you know, the fact of the matter is Overclocked played against teams that just frankly aren't as good as them in the lead up to this tournament. And Evo really, you know, ATK can't really be defined as their first real challenge, because there's not really a challenge. It's an insurmountable mountain for them, you know. So coming into Evo's the one match that they could particularly win team fights in, could particularly take maps, could particularly put themselves in a position to get the highest seeding in this group. And for Overclocked here, it's just going to be kind of overcoming that little bit of discipline. Because, you know, they do this against, you know, the teams in Challenger Division. They probably get a few kills because the team isn't able to effectively counter their ults, or they open up their next fights because they've used an ult that's got a couple of really late picks or whatever. But against Evo, a team like Evo, you know, they're used to playing these kind of staggered ults fights. They're used to kiting away from the Bob when it's used. They're used to setting up so the EMP doesn't hit 6 people. And that's a very, very big difference in how they play from the early stage in this fight. Is Evo's just setting up, get maximum value and limit the amount of value the enemy resources can get. And we saw that on Ilios well specifically. But I think in terms of, we also saw it on Ilios Runes, because they were just shutting down the team before they had the chance to really grind up ultimate, before they had a chance to really hammer home their advantage.
Now, do you think about, as we go into Volskaya, Volskaya is one of those interesting maps. Overclocked has the advantage where in those neutral fights, before any ultimates have been built up, they are able to push in quite aggressively and take the point. So they have a very small window here to use that. If they can go and push straight onto this point now and take the fight before any ultimates are up, they could really get themselves up for a very big snowball effect where they take that first fight, get the ultimate advantage there, and before Evo is able to get any sort of ultimates up for themselves, they can just overroll them onto the second point. But it's going to be interesting to see. How do you see the two teams fighting it out here, and what is the strategy for Evo if they have managed to recognize that weakness for Overclocked?
Well, I think from the side of Evo here, we're looking at a side that really has to break down this point quite early, break down this point and push them back quite effectively, because they're on the attack here, so they're in a position where they're the ones that has to break down this fight a little bit more efficiently than the side of Overclocked are able to defend it. So we see that already. They're coming down with 2 DPS that are here to shape the fight, that are able to kind of get on the wide flanks and pressure the enemy from multiple sides. From the side of Overclocked, I'm not convinced about this comp. They're looking at a brawl with dive DPS and dive supports, really. We don't have a Lucio there to engage. Maybe we play the Brig so that we can make sure that the dive can't engage, and we just play it very defensive. But then our Reinhardt's going to come under so much pressure here. They're positionally going to have to be perfect, and I think with the way that Evo are going to want to set up with this Echo and this Ashe surrounding the fight and pressuring out, I think Overclocked's going to have a very tough time holding.
How do you feel about their damage output? I mean, between the Genji and the Sombra as your 2 DPSs, it's going to be difficult if Maestro really wants to get aggressive there with Children into the back line. It's going to be difficult for them to really fight this out. They do manage to fight out that first dive from the Winston, getting onto that high ground. Oh, Children hacked up in the back line, but they're really not able to put a huge amount of damage in if Evo wants to get aggressive. Jelly Doodle getting a nice pick here in the beginning, and Maestro now going into the back line. The swinging hammer is going to put out a lot of defense, a lot of damage themselves, but Sheldon manages to take out the first support. EQ going to go down on that Begida, but so far Overclocked just getting pushed back into the corner, and it's up to Evo now to just dictate the pace of this. They're able to go in and out as much as they want. Ooh, Peach getting caught out in the open, not able to rejoin his team there in the back line, and the rest of Overclocked falling quite quickly. This could be a very quick capture on this first point.
And when I said that their positional play had to be absolutely perfect, and it just wasn't. We see Jelly come in there, get so many picks with that Ashe there, 70% to his Bob already, while Cheetah Boy 75% to that duplicate. They're coming in with a lot of ultimates into the second point, where Overclocked may only have the Nano at this stage, especially because they're switching up. They've got their Ashe out, they've got their Mercy out, and their Winstons. They've made 3 switches in a fight where they were already at ultimate disadvantage. If Evo play this well, this could be a 2-fight win. And that's just a horrible, horrible position for Overclocked if you're looking at it.
I do like this swap in composition, but they're going to have to fight against the Raging Monkey there. He's being nano boost up into the backline. The Replicate also comes out, so a double Tesla Cannon going to be able to secure this point very, very quickly for them. Peach has dropped his nano on the other side, but the rest of Evo is just cleaning up here. They're already on the point. They've got a Bob now to secure it. They've got the second tick, and it's going to be difficult for anyone to even touch the point, let alone anything. 5 minutes on the clock, and Evo has taken this.
My goodness, that was terrifying. That was just so lethally efficient from the side of Evo. Jelly Doodle doing so much work on that Ashe in the beginning of both fights there, getting early picks. Maestro just, has all the space in the world to just kind of break down the opening of Overclocked Esports there, and from there, Cheetah Boy using his duplicate to just add to that pressure, just add another Winston into the fight and push them back into this. They're just not even able to touch the point in the end. That's a second shy of 5 minutes on the clock. If you're Overclocked here, I think you're sweating a bit. I think you're going back to the drawing board and thinking, we got it wrong. We didn't play that right, and we really need to consider how we play the rest of this map, because Evo have been in control completely since the start of Ilios Lighthouse.
Do you think that comes down to simply, at least for this map, simply just a team composition error?
I think it has to. I think the Reinhardt's Eye just it nothing to execute on. It gave their DPS no way of generating the space that they needed to pressure out Space Panda and Smiley in the early stage of that fight. And that meant that they put themselves at a disadvantage. Even when they got into a comp that worked, Evo were just at such a massive advantage in terms of ultimates, in terms of resources, and then in terms of picks, because Jelly Doodle was able to just get 2 early picks in the fight. And that just put them in a position that they look very, very well set in the Tall Sky Industries game. Coming out now, Overclocked actually switching onto that Roadhog Zarya comp, so they're probably just gonna try and put down a marker here, put Cubic in that position where he can kind of manipulate the space in the way he sees best. Cubic, obviously a player we've spoken about as someone who's very important to Overclocked's potential to win this game. So he's going to have to be quite important in kind of just denying Evo the space to be effective.
Oh, the Ash Jelly Doodle's in an advantage position, but Cubic with a hook on Smiley opens this up completely. Overclocked having taken a good advantage here early in the fight. There's not a lot of sustain now coming for it. Ash is on the high ground, but if they can get a Winston up to there, but they don't have one, Cubic gonna go down, so that's the hook out for the rest of the fight, and somehow Evo, having lost in the beginning there, managed to even out the fight by Cheetah Boy. Sheldon coming through as well, and now it's the chase to go through. That was the opportunity that Overclocked would have desperately wanted to take advantage of here in the first fight, considering the time bank that they're facing.
Yeah, I just think it's so unfortunate for the side of Overclocked here is that this is probably the comp they would have wanted on defense, if we're thinking about it, because they don't have an engagement condition. You know, they get 2 picks, but then they kind of stall because they don't know how exactly they want to get into this fight. It's really tough to actually engage with the Roadhog. The Roadhog's so good at getting those individual picks, but so difficult to actually, you know, make any space with them. You see already they're getting just shepherded behind this building here. They're going to struggle, and that could have been really effective on the defense, where they would have really been able to do that, but where Space Panda sitting on the high ground could just land anti-nade after anti-nade onto that Roadhog and that team, it's going to be really difficult to break this team down.
They've got the picks that they needed, but they're now facing that ultimate disadvantage. The Nano Boost came out onto the Winston, which was just able to secure them a little bit more space, and Overclock taking advantage of that massive hitbox of Roadhog. They've got the ultimate on Sheldon, they've got the ultimate on Cheetah Boy to follow up, and they dropped the 2 ultimates in that fight to win it out. And so Overclock really looking for an uphill battle now.
Yeah, I think, you know, we look at Overclocked here, they're going to have a couple of ultimates. That duplicate's going to be quite effective, and especially in duplicating something like a Winston, they might be able to open up this fight a little bit more. I think that Pulse Bomb, if they're able to get go outside around and maybe stick a Pulse Bomb on Space Panda, they can open up this fight quite easily as well. But I think they just have to stack up at this stage. They just have to try and break this fight through superior ultimates. And at this stage, it's really going to be really tough for them to set up and use that. And here comes the anti again, just so strong.
Oh, Graviton Surge committed into the backline there to pick up a couple of them. That's going to be massive for them to try and take this position. So a good initiation coming out from Evo Esports, just trapping Overclocked in the corner there. Overclocked has done well in this fight, though. They managed to pick up a couple of kills themselves. Cheetah Boy going to go down in the backline, and now it's Maestro trying to secure this point. And somehow, after Evo's great initiation, Overclocked just the celebratory whole hog there at the end to secure the point. But they do manage to get it. Only a minute left on that time bank.
Yeah, and I mean, if we look at that, we look at the differing time banks, in total, you know, they're already behind. Just because they've taken so long to take that first point, they're already behind. But coming into the second point, it's a little bit easier to play around this Roadhog here. Lots of very tight corners, a little bit less range, so they might be able to get a little bit more value on the second point with the Roadhog in terms of initiating. But they have used a lot of ultimates. They just have that rally online now, and with both the Bob and the Valkyrie online, you'd expect Evo able to just sustain themselves for at least a couple of fights before they're really threatened again.
So what is the play then coming out from Overclock? Do they just poke it out, see what picks they can get, maybe try and force those ultimates out and then try and make something of it? And the hook comes out from Cubic onto the Zarya, but instead the Winston in the backline. Sheldon does drop, but Jelly Doodle managing to secure that. Now Maestro being slept up, being hooked up, being killed. And that opens up an opportunity now for Overclock. There is still the ultimate that they need to worry about, and so it hasn't really given them the advantage that they needed. Again, now Cubic making a very aggressive push into the front line. Hooks up Cheetah Boy gonna replicate now, gonna pick up that Roadhog of his own. Cubic being nano boosted up into the backline, throws out the whole hog. This is going to be a huge amount of damage, but he has to compete with the Bob. Bob going to get shoved off point, and that opens up a bit of opportunity for them. They have started picking up some percentage. The Graviton Surge gets thrown onto the high ground. There's damage being followed up. That's going to be critical for them. Overclocked actually looking very strong in this fight. Could be taking this very quickly now. The Cubic just looking so vicious onto that. The replicate used on the Winston by Luke manages to get out a second Tesla coil to zap down some space and really secures it for them. Cheetah Boy even going onto the Doomfist to try and secure this, but Overclock managing to push this advantage even against that disadvantage ult economy means that Space Panda's Nano Boost gonna have to do something. Comboed with Maestro is gonna do some great work there, just able to zap down people, and Jelly Doodle managing to secure it so that they don't lose the full thing. 2 ticks though for the side of Overclocked, and is that going to be the end of it for them?
Yeah, I think that's, they committed a lot of resources in that fight, but it was really good initiation there. They're leaning on Cubic and doing some really good work there to punish out the side of Evo and their overextensions. Maestro and Sheldon specifically getting punished really hard there. But I think, coming into this next fight, Evo again will feel quite good. They got their Bob online, they got their Grav online. So probably, they expect to probably win this fight. And again, if they can just stall it out, they put themselves in such a strong position. They still have 5 minutes on the time bank. Whether or not Overclock managed to push it all, and that's just a gigantic anti-nade. What a grab, what a play. Evo putting themselves in such a strong position. 1:30 left on the clock here. The omens are looking grim for Overclock at this stage.
Man, I didn't even have time to cast that fight because it was so quick and so clean. And that's what Evo's doing well, is they get the picks that they need. They understand exactly when the moment is for them to win that team fight, and then they execute. It's not even just they fight it out. They execute it. That was clinical.
Yeah, that was just a perfect initiation into that fight here. And with the Bob now online again for them, it's just going to be, even if Overclocked are able to win it out, they might be just playing for a draw at this stage. And that's just not the position you want to be in. Big hook coming out from Cubic. Can they get the pick on Smiley here?
Oh, a nice bit of damage coming in from the top there from Cheetah Boy, though. Manages to secure a little bit back. Cubic's going to drop down. Instead, the trade out is going to be Jelly Doodle on that Ash. The Maestro is in the back line, though. He's still going to be there. The Replicate goes out. It's going to be on the Zarya. Going to be looking to get up an extra little grav, but probably not going to be able to charge it up quickly enough. They have used it, and they have managed to push Overclock back. So Overclock, with only a single fight left in the bag, do not even have all that much in terms of an advantage in terms of ultimates.
Yeah, and that's just a horrible situation to be in. The Nano, the Primal online means that Winston's going to survive so long. And with that Bob online, you really are hedging this on Evo to win this fight. But the Nano and the Rally on the side of Overclocked and the Duplicates about to be online could really put Overclocked in a position to swing this fight.
Well, here comes our Nanoboost straight up into it. They're certainly relying on Cubic. Cubic going to go forward, execute Sheldon there, doing a great job to target prioritize there, making sure that there's no chance for them to come back. Now the Bob going to be sitting just off point there. Replicate comes out from Luke, so the second Tesla coil going to be there for the rest of Overclock. In fact, the only Tesla coil for them. They don't have another Winston. It's going to give them a bit of an advantage. He does manage to get up that Primal Edge. Is knocking them off the point, so it's going to be a staggered fight for the rest of Evo onto this point. They are doing well with it. Cubic now coming in with that Wrecking Ball to try and reinforce this fight. Maestro going to go down very quickly here, and it seems like Overclock's going to manage to do this. They are going to be able to tick this up. A little bit of a fight coming out from Sheldron, and it is going to be Overclocked, though, with no time on the bank. They're going to at least be happy that they did something and managed to secure that second point.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy in the sense that they read the team fights well. They saw that there was a gap for them to exploit against Evo there. And I think I'd be surprised if they don't come out with that comp again here. But I think Evo, it's just such an overwhelming time bank. Evo can literally just build up their entire bank of ultimates and build up their entire bank of ultimates again if it doesn't work the first time. It's so overwhelming here. This is a hold from the realm of miracles if Overclocked are going to hold this point here and get it out to a draw. And then, then they still have to go and win a tiebreaker map. So to win this map, to get themselves to a 1-1 is just such a grueling task for Overclocked at this stage. And they're coming out with a Winston Zarya here. Something which, I think they'll be looking at and thinking, you know what, we can probably manipulate our high ground a little bit better. We can probably put ourselves in a position to better just influence this fight a bit. But it's tough here. It's a tough haul to make. It's a tough haul to make considering the ultimates online. The Echo so crucial here in putting Evo at an advantage in both of their attacking fights. And Jelly Doodle on that Tracer now, deciding to go for a more high pressure engagement style with that Tracer on the flank could put them really in a situation where Go Outside's Widow is rushed out of the fight completely, and the supports of Overclocked are really going to struggle to hold this point.
It's actually something I wanted to ask you before the first fight is, what do you think of the support combo coming out here from Overclocked, favoring not to take the Mercy?
I think it's less the Mercy that's concerning me, and more the fact that they're deciding not to take the Ana. The Ana's so crucial in allowing your players to play at difficult angles because of the denial capacity she has. And I mean, already we're seeing just go outside, rushed completely out of the fight. You know, they've taken the high ground control completely away, and out comes Cheetah Boy already for the res.
There we go. Dankiel does manage to eventually shut down that Mercy, so doing a good job there. The res has gone off though, so gotten the value that they needed out of that fight. Instead, Luke going to get Tesla coiled down in the back line. Oh, an aggressive play from Maestro gets punished though, and so it looks like Evo are going to be hard pressed to carry on pushing on this fight without their main tank and their main support. So a bit of a hold here coming out from Overclock. Cubic's got some charge up, and they're going to look to push their advantage. In fact, chasing down the rest of it. Peach manages to use that orb to take out Space Pan, and the rest of Evo getting pushed back. So certainly a good first hold coming out from Overclocked, but Guardside needs to worry about being pressured so much by Cheetah Boy and Jelly Doodle.
Yeah, I think Go Outside's going to be kind of crucial here in terms of if they can keep him up, they probably have a better chance in taking the fights. And he's already setting up a little bit more defensively in this fight. He's set up really, really far back. But I think Evo, they just need to think about their staging here. They all came from the same angle, and that really made it very easy for them to, for the side of Overclock to pump damage into them. Oh, Go Outside, what a shot on Jelly Doodle there to shut down the flank, meaning that he gets a little bit more space in this fight. And Smiley going down shortly after, that's just great. That's just great pre-fight play.
The Coalescence dropped just to secure this fight at the end, but I think that one was already won. They're just going to now try and stagger it and pushing Evo back all the way. They've also got the Graviton Surge for the next fight, but just that difference in positioning from Go Outside certainly proved effective, managing to win the fight for Overclocked before it even started.
Yeah, I think from the side of Evo here, you have to go back to the drawing board a little. We're taking a little bit too long to get into the fight here. We're taking a little bit too much poke, and we're playing a little bit sloppy with our positions, which is giving Go Outside the ability to get these picks. There is so much cover to play with. You could just LOS him out of these fights, and the grab coming out early. This is just not the fights you want to be taking right now.
Oh, that grab does work there. It was a little bit long for the rest of the team to follow up, but it was such a good and powerful grab that the rest of them able to collapse upon that. And that's a single ultimate. Luke gonna have one for the next fight. Oh, Dankiel also dropped that Primal Rage. Again, the Primal Rage grab combo. It's the new meta. And I'm gonna be happy to see that.
Yeah, we called it the punching bag yesterday, and I think that's the best way to kind of describe putting all your enemies in one static place and just bullying them with that Winston. But, you know, the sites coming out now, just such good early scouting here, and if they're not going to position carefully, Go Outside's going to just have all the opportunity to get an early pick here. They have to be thinking about their staging here. This little flank angle that they're trying to go on isn't working. They need to split up and collapse on this team a little bit more effectively, because they're just not right now, and they're getting punished for it. Here, the duplicate comes out on the Winston, and that's going to be super punishing if he's able to get value.
Oh, very early fight comes out. The nano boost and Winston onto Maestro there on the back line. He's looking for Go Outside. Man, that is a lot of aggression placed onto the sniper, especially when you got a replicated Luke in the back line. Luke just separating off the team completely, meaning that Maestro not really able to secure anything with the rest of Overclock just managing to support Go Outside there on the back line. And so Go Outside is going to be able to get back. They're dropping all their ultimates. Evo had the fight. They had all the ultimate advantage. They've burnt everything, and they still haven't been able to take this. Maestro the last one left, and that's just going to give Cubic another ultimate for the next fight. Evo had everything.
Yeah, they used the nano, they used the primal, they're not even able to take out Go Outside. Evo, you really need to be considering how you stagger your ults, how you're going to use them. They just didn't use anything effectively here. We've seen Jelly Doodle be so effective on this Widow. Why aren't we seeing the mirror out here to try and get an advantage in this fight? We've seen them be so effective on the Sombra. The EMP could have been such a crucial fight win condition here. They've just put themselves at such a big disadvantage here, and with 1 minute, Overclock might be considering pulling off the impossible here, pulling off that 5-minute hold on point 1 of Volskaya Industries, and this is just a disaster situation for Evo here. They just haven't engaged fights well on this attack here, and they really need to be considering how they go forward in this round.
And that to me just seemed like they were trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, because Luke just used that replicate so early in the fight, getting onto that. Oh, Jelly Doodle does burn out the fight this time between him and Go Outside, so that's going to be an opening. Now Evo going to be collapsing on with 23 seconds. This is the last fight. Graviton surges there, which means Cheetah Boy going to be hard pressed to stay alive. Maestro going to be able to survive through it though, and so they are still taking the advantage. Evo is here. The res going to come out and Cheetah Boy, and Evo though making this as hard as possible for themselves. They are going to get this first tick after 5 minutes of trying. Come on.
Come on, guys. Come on. You're making me sweat here. My prediction is you guys win for a 3-0. Can we clean it up a bit? But really well played there from Evo in that last fight. Switching Jelly onto that long-range hit scan opened up the fight a lot. There was no threat from go outside there. He had to play very tight angles, and then when he eventually poked out, Jelly Doodle managing to pick him off entirely. But really, really well managed fights from the side of Overclock there. They played their line of sight really, really nicely for the majority of that round. The Moira pick ended up being quite inspired because it meant that the flex support on the side of Overclock wasn't able to be as isolated as he was previously, and they were just able to mitigate so much of what Evo were able to offer in that round. And honestly, I just think that's coming forward in this round now, we really just have to see Evo just be a little bit more consistent, read what their opponents are doing a bit better, and put themselves in a position to win this round, like to conclusively win games, because they made a meal out of that game. That game was a tough one for no reason other than they made it harder for themselves. They didn't read what the enemy team was doing. They didn't read what the enemy team was good at, or what the enemy comp was good at picking out, and they just played into Overclock's win condition for 5 minutes before finally winning it.
You know, the way it seems to be balancing out between these two teams is that Evo's got the strategy. They understand what the team comp needs to be. They understand what they're supposed to be doing. But Overclocked is just outplaying them in the fights itself. And you got to wonder, if Overclocked got that first hold right, if they actually got a team comp that worked for them and managed to hold that for even just 2 minutes or something like that. I mean, heck, even just an extra minute, they would have won that. They would have actually taken that off Evo quite convincingly as well, because they didn't look scared in any one of those fights in the second round. You know, Overclocked just let themselves down, and giving a 5 minutes time bank to Evo was their downfall. If they had managed to hold that out. They pushed through at the end. They managed to initiate well on the second points. They used Cubic to such effect. I mean, Cubic's coming through massively in all of these fights.
No, he's been fantastic for the side of Overclocked in this round. He's really been delivering such good play for the side, and he's put them in a position where they really should be kind of considering that this game isn't over yet. They really put themselves in such a good position to try and take that game back, and I think coming into Hollywood, Overclocked will be quite confident about that. Evo Esports really need to go back to the drawing board, make sure that they're going to be clean, make sure that they're going to read what Overclocked are doing, make sure that they have their win conditions sorted, because they made that so difficult, where it really shouldn't have.
It's going to be some time for them to just chat about their strategies going into this. Overclocked on the verge of being knocked out here, or at least knocked out of this match. 2-0 down so far. We are going to be going on to Hollywood after the break, guys, so don't go anywhere where we rejoin it. And Evo, hoping to maybe clean it up a little bit. Overclocked looking to put their foot in the door like they have so much. Certainly can win the fights, but will they win the match? We'll see you now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen Overclocked fighting the good fight so far, certainly taking all that they need to in these fights, but not quite enough, unfortunately. Evo so far with a 2-0 lead after some hot contention and some interesting plays with them coming forward. I'm Ultrasm. Joining me here for this ATK Overwatch Finals is Blur. Blur, how are you feeling between these two teams?
I mean, obviously I have a bit of a personal stake in this. I love seeing these my teams do well in games, and you know, there's been good things to take for both of these sides so far. But you know, Evo showing that they're a little bit stronger, showing that they've got that little bit of resilience and are able to put themselves even in the difficult situations position to win. But they made that really hard. They made that Volskaya game really hard. And I actually have leaks from the Evo camp saying that it was a thing they've practiced outside of officially coached sessions, because I would never teach them, called tactical throwing. So coming into this next map, I'm curious to see if it's a tactic they lean on more, or if it's something we see kind of fall by the wayside as they go for more conventional means of trying to win game. Because as far as I can tell, Overclocked are going with the tactics of trying to win the game, and that could really take Evo by surprise if they continue with their current line of tactics.
So as we go on to Hollywood now, it's going to be interesting to see. Overclocked certainly seem to be looking stronger the further we go into this, where they are getting their team comps a little bit more secure. They're getting a little bit more. Here we see them going again for now the wonderful Zarya Winston combo, which has worked for it. Evo again trolling us Maestro on the Diva. It's not going to happen. Stop trying to play it. But how do you feel like Overclocked's going to now rally themselves? They've got the opportunity, but they've left it a bit late now, where they're going to rely on that reverse sweep.
Yeah, I think for an inexperienced team, for a team that's like sitting in this situation where they are maybe a little bit not favored in this game already, putting themselves in a position where you have to win a reverse sweep to win the game is very tough. It's very, very tough for them to be coming back from 2-0 down to win the game. If history is to be believed in our tournament, we're gonna see a 3-1 here. But
Yeah.
if my brain is to be believed, we're gonna see a 3-0 here. And I think if Evo have got their mentality right, have got their playstyle right, they'll feel pretty confident knowing what Overclocked are able to throw at them by this point.
It's good to see Evo coming out now. Cheetah Boy going back to that Sombra. Certainly something that we have been wanting to see. Again, Maestro going for that aggressive dive onto the high ground, just trying to secure it. It's going to push the Zarya off the high ground, so Cubic going to drop down for the rest of his team. It is going to be Dankiel taking that high ground advantage again, though. And Cheetah Boy now looking to just support a little bit, maybe for the next dive from Maestro. But a good hold so far coming out from Overclocked. Ooh, Jelly Doodle making good use of that Ashe. That Ashe so vital in this. And there we go, another headshot now coming on to Luke. This could be the opportunity that Evo need to push this fight. Just guys, Evo, stay on that Ashe. It's doing such a great job here. Jelly Doodle again head clicks now the beginner. So that's 3 kills in this fight, and that could be the first point already secured now for Evo.
Peached on that flanking Moira, going for the pick on the Smiley in the backline there, but really well played there from Evo. So Maestro is knowing exactly what he needs to do to pressure out that high ground, but Dankiel's staying a little bit too long in that fight, actually getting picked so late in that, or so early in that fight to give them the opportunity that he's actually back before it ends. And as much as the stagger comes out here, you don't really expect them to switch it. And now they've just staggered themselves. They could have put themselves in a position to take this fight on second point early, but now they're gonna have to take it halfway through second point. And even possibly later as they start to push Cubic now. If they push Cubic and get the kill, that's really a terrible situation for Overclock to be in. They're giving a team 0.2 for free on a map like Hollywood with these really hard to reach high grounds. That's just so difficult to like a downfall to come back from.
And it certainly has, Evo has got all the high ground advantage that they need. Jelly Doodle on that high ground. Ooh, even more of a late staggered fight. Cheetah Boy getting picked out in the back line by Luke. But so 5v5 coming in here. They normally have all the advantage in terms of information that they need because of that Cheetah Boy Sombra. But the high ground advantage just is giving some free progression here. Cubic going into the back line now with that Zarya, doing such a good job of enforcing a positional advantage for them. Now the fight coming out from Maestro to take a bit of advantage here. Space Panda going to go down and get picked straight back up. The hack comes out into the back line. That's going to be big, but the double Tesla coil coming out here from Overclock going to do some work. The bob into the back line is going to give a lot of pressure into this back line. Poor EQ getting caught between a rock and a monkey. They're getting hammered down, but the rest of Overclock sitting on this front line, doing a bit of a job to try and contest this payload. They are going to have to just die on the payload to take it out, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can reinforce because of that late staggered fight from the first point.
Yeah, and that's the situation here where we're seeing Evo with a big time bank coming into a fight so that if they win it, they're putting themselves in such a strong position. With that grab online, Evo might be confident in just kind of grabbing them at the doors here and being able to secure it from there. But really, really nice play to just slow it down a bit from Overclocked, but they're really going to have to start to win some fights here.
And there we see the grab into the doorway, comboed with that nano boost onto the Winston means that there's so much damage coming out onto that point there. It means the rest of Evo is going to be able to clean up in the back line. Again, it's just the Tracer and the Monkey on the point to try and contest this for as long as possible, plus the late Moira of Peach there trying to do something out there. Long kill time for that means that it is actually going to be EQ getting back onto this position, and somehow they've managed to stall it out for just a couple more seconds. It's not going to be enough though to hold it all the way to the end, and the second point quite uncontested here for Evo.
And I really, really like what we're seeing here from Evo here. They're rotating ultimates really, really nicely again. They have that EMP online for Cheetah Boy again. They nearly have that Bob. They have the Primal Rage. And so coming into this next fight, even if it's not really a point that you favor them running this this kind of dive into, it's really going to be quite tough for the side of Overclock to really stable this out, because the EMP is already coming out, and that's a big EMP with picks already in the fight. And that's before I've even given Ultras time to get into this fight. Here we are. Evo have won it.
I like the positional advantage that Evo's taking. They got the high ground, and then they actually baited out Sheldron. Zarya is a suspicious character to be sitting on alone because they've got such survivability with their own barriers and with the double pocket healing on it. It just meant that all of Overclocked just collapsed upon them and tried to punish that. Instead got baited out, got that EMP on top of them, and there's still a lot of ultimates coming out here. Bob going to get thrown, actually runs into the back of the payload there, meaning that it's not going to go into the middle of the open area where they would have liked it, but still doing a good job, taking out 2 kills there from Jelly Doodle, and the rest of Evo going to be able to push this all the way to the end. So not actually a single team fight going Overclock's way in this entire map means that they're going to lose this again with a massive time bank. The late stall comes out from the Monkey to try and get something here. The dynamite comes out now from Luke, but Luke's not even going to get up an ultimate in this entire match. So many bodies being thrown now. Cubic swapping onto the Hammond to try and stall this out. There's been a couple of reinforcements coming out now actually for Overclocked at the end, but the people from Evo are just staying alive for so long, just taking out this trickle consistently, and managed to shut this out with 2:43 still on that time bank.
Yeah, and we have to say it's not quite as disastrous as Volskaya Industries. Volskaya Industries, obviously the 5-minute time bank on the clock. But, you know, you look at this and you look at them with 2.5 minutes. It's just, wow, that's 2.5 minutes with a Hollywood .3, a Hollywood .2, both of which are notoriously difficult to push. It's so bad for them to be in this position. And Evo have put themselves in a really strong position to give themselves security going. And Overclocked, we talk about them like possibly not being as bad a position, but they did not win a team fight. You are right with that. They didn't win a team fight that entire run. They got a couple of picks here, they got a couple of picks there, then Evo stabilized and took the fight anyway. And coming into a defensive point, you know, Hollywood, it's not an easy map to break down. Not an easy map for them to get this advantage of going through the points lightning quick. So for Evo, you have to be thinking it's really a good position for them to be in a position to think that they might be able to come back and clutch this out, like with fair ease. You know, especially onto that .3 where we might see a little bit more value come out of Brawl in the late stage. Overclock deciding to switch the tactics up entirely here. They're coming out with a Brawl, they're coming out with a Mei, you know, McCree on the side of Go Outside here, and that's going to be something that maybe they see a little bit of value out in shutting down Cheetah Boy's Echo. They might be expecting the Sombra, so they're able to spy check her a little bit more efficiently, but I think unless they're able to effectively force Evo off this high ground, Jelly Doodle and Cheetah Boy are going to be so effective, and the anti-nades coming out of Space Panda on the other high ground are going to be so effective in just denying Overclock the ability to take these fights.
You know, the positional advantage has to go to Evo in this. Because of that long range, they can just engage fights from whatever distance they want. And you got to assume that that's what the Lucio. They're going to run straight onto point, and there's going to have to be some sort of contention. Maestro's going to be the one to contest. But that massive anti-heal grenade comes out and hits the whole team, meaning that the rest of Overclocked is going to be hard-pressed to try and stay alive here. They got the Maid just trying desperately to now secure that little room on the side, but it instead is just going to waste time there. They've got 3 players here, and with just the Lucio, that's not going to be a lot of healing, which means that there's going to be so much pressure coming out here. The rest of Overclocked, in fact, are going to try a late reinforcement. Nope, instead they're going to back out, but it's being spotted out by Evo. Evo's going to collapse on them, and poor Dankiel running for his life, sacrifice and go outside. And again, that's 2 fights basically that have been combined into 1, and 2 losses going in the way of Overclocked.
Yeah, and that's while losing slowly might be an advantageous kind of asset on defense. Losing slowly on the attack is really, really bad. You want to either win your fight very quickly or lose it very quickly, so that you can make sure that you're in a position to have maximum time back. And maximum time back is what this team's going to need to give themselves the maximum opportunity to take this game.
Well, they're going to put themselves in a disadvantage here. They lost go outside before that fight even started, and it meant that when the rest of them pushed in, they had so many avenues to try and defend against that. Ryan Shield is just not proving effective against Jelly Doodle on one high ground and Cheetah Boy floating around from the other.
Yeah, and that's really something they have to be thinking about. And if we talk about Jelly Doodle and Cheetah Boy floating around, but Space Phantom is so integral in taking down these team fights. An anti-nade coming out, a big anti-nade coming out every fight. And now we're seeing Dankiel actually come out onto the Wrecking Ball. So they're moving onto a little bit of a pseudo dive here. But still hanging on to this May and this McCree. So it's a little bit of a strange comp, but maybe they're going to be looking to challenge the high grounds a little bit more here. And Luke getting a very valuable pick from Jelly Doodle in that early stage.
That's going to be big for them. They're going to even disrupt the Mercy as she's trying to res. Does manage to get the res off, so Jelly Doodle going to be back in this fight, and no advantage coming out so far. The Coalescence is going to be there, but it's going to do nothing with that anti-heal grenade that goes into the middle of the Graviton Surge. That's going to be a fight won instantly. A big, expensive fight coming out from Evo, but when they've got the ultimates to just throw like they do, they're going to be able to win this so quickly, and they're still going to have 3 for the next fight.
And I mean, if we talk about there perhaps being an advantage on landing those anti-nades when you're running a Rhine comp on the low ground, there's definitely an anti-nade advantage when you're running no protection for the grenade whatsoever. Overclock switching their comp entirely here, but with 1 minute and 19 seconds left on the clock and only a Grav online, it's going to be really, really difficult for them to challenge the side of Evo, who have 4 ultimates online, including a very high value duplicate and that Valkyrie to help them stabilize the fight.
Oh, this is going to be big. The Winston does go into the back line, so Cheetah Boy going to be causing havoc, already getting up that primal rage of that ultimate. Ooh. And so a bit more of a scrappy fight, but they still got a double Tesla cannon. They do get the Graviton Surge out, but there's no one left alive to follow it up. And so Overclocked finally getting the right team comp to do this, but they're going against such an uphill battle with these advantages that they're now going to just get chased down. And poor Iku sitting there trying to support Peach. The Battle Mercy going for it, trying the 1v6, not going to come out for some reason.
Unfortunately, the Battle Mercy more Smiley's calling card than Peach's, but he does try it anyway, just to make sure he doesn't get too sagged in that fight, and it does end up letting him make sure that they will get 1 more clean fight. But 1 more clean fight, no ultimates online except perhaps this Coalescence and Bob, while Evo are going to definitely have their Primal Rage, definitely have their Bob in this fight, and really just not a good situation for Overclock to be in. Even if they take this fight, again, they're going to be at such a time disadvantage, and it's just so dangerous. It's just they've taken too long to read their fight win conditions in this round, and Evo in this game just at a really big advantage. Dankiel trying to jump onto the high ground there. The hook comes out from Quebec again. The Bob's in a good position. They not even get on the points. He can't get there, and so Evo take this with a 3-0 in both map and match. So good thing Miru's not here. Good thing Miru's not here. He would have spicy words for the side of Overclocked Esports here. And just Evo just so strong in this match. What a game from Evo here, showing their strength on Hollywood, just getting their mental strength back, and well played, Evo.
It just seemed from the beginning that Overclock didn't know what comps to run. There at the end, they came in with maybe the correct comp that they should have been running from the beginning, but never really able to challenge that high ground. The Creed never got up an ultimate. We're sitting at 40% when everyone else was sitting at 70, 80%. And so Overclock just being outdrafted almost in each of these maps, certainly winning the fights that they could when they had that team comp running the right way, certainly knowing how to engage when they had to, but most of that was just Evo all the way. 3-0, that's our first 3-0 on stream, and considering this was supposed to be a close match seeding, Certainly not the way that Overclocked would have wanted that, and it's going to put them in a difficult position to try and get to the upper bracket. I don't think they actually are eligible at all anymore.
No, they've lost snap both to ATK and to Evo, which means that they're guaranteed to finish either third or fourth in this group. I think just a match versus Re-8 Legion, so they're strongly favored for the third place finish, but not the situation I think Overclocked wanted to be in here. You know, they're coming in. I think they would have wanted to prove themselves a little bit better in this match today, and it's just a bit unfortunate. I don't think they really delivered the way they should have been in this match.
Well, guys, we're going to be back with our post-match discussion there with Sun Phoenix and the team on the panel. So, guys, don't go anywhere. Certainly got some stuff to break down there. And, of course, the play of the match interview. It's going to be interesting to see who they choose. I get a feeling that I know who it's going to be, but I'm not going to commit to anything like that so far. So, definitely the panel making the correct decision was Evo all the way in this matchup. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this 5-minute break.
All right, welcome back, everybody. That was not the close match we were perhaps hoping for. I think we all predicted a 3-1 victory, but unfortunately on this occasion, Evo Esports just a little bit too strong for Overclocked. Of course, one of the big parts of that, the man on the hit scan, was Jelly Doodle, and he is our player of the match. Jelly Doodle, welcome and congratulations. And my first question for you is the most incredibly in-depth question of all, which is, how are you feeling after taking that match? You know, you've had a bit of a difficult stage too, and you must be feeling good to kind of beat your biggest competitor, at least in Group A, and kind of, you know, sign your contract into that first upper bracket.
Yeah, we're definitely feeling a lot better compared to stage 2. We had a bit of a rough stage, but our coach, our captain, the whole team, we kind of put everything together. We did have a boot camp about a week ago. It was about like 10-hour session where we just kind of grinded our comps and our communication and just getting all our calls onto point. So we're feeling very, very good, especially doing that 3-0. Overclocked's very good. They've got some very, very good players. So we're super psyched.
Awesome.
Yeah, Overclocked was good. You guys were just better. But there was one little kind of chink in the armor that almost exposed itself, and that was on Volskaya. That was a close call for you guys. Had a solid first attack, solid defense, and then everything almost just fell apart. What was going on there?
Did we play for Sky? I don't think that map was in the pool.
You didn't play Volskaya? Oh, I must be thinking of another Evo.
No, so, yeah, we had
the wrong game.
Had a good start. We had a good defense, like you said. I think they adapted to the comp quite well. My tracer wasn't really working as well as it should have. I wasn't respecting the sightlines from the Widow, and I mean, he's a very, very good hit scan player. So we decided to try and switch it up back to the Ash, just try and battle that Widow again, and it seemed to work out. But yeah, like I said, Overclocked's very, very good. So I think that they adapted to what we were trying to play. But I think at the end we kind of rallied together and got the picks that we needed.
So what you're saying is it was all your fault?
No, it was for the stream. It was for the stream.
Oh,
so
okay.
Wanted to make it a bit
for the
tighter.
spice.
Viewing experience.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, we appreciate that. That's cool. Lag from you.
Yeah. Well, first of all, well played, man. That was really good watching you play Ash there. You were culling heads at a rapid rate. Yeah, I just wanted to find out. I understand Blur coaches both teams, and I noticed there were quite some stark differences in compositions that were being run there. You kind of answered the question already, by saying that you guys boot camped for 10 hours just to get everything waxed and polished, and I think it definitely showed. But how come, was there such a difference in compositions?
I think, so Blur does coach both teams, and Blur's coaching style it's very good. It's something that I work well under, but I think it's basically down to the individuals in the team. So I think that's how we kind of adapt to Blur's coaching. So the vast difference, I think, comes in because of the different play styles that we have. Like, we're a very aggressive team, so we try and stick to comps that utilizes that aggression very well. So I think that's where the main difference comes in. But I think the core structure of what Blur offers, with the discipline and getting in and out of fights and not sticking around longer than you have to, is kind of like his coaching style, or from what I've.
Okay, cool, yeah.
So I think it's down to the individuals in the team.
Okay, and what works best for those individuals, I guess, at the end of the day. Okay.
And we have strong leadership in the team. Emily, our captain, and Maestro is our main caller. So having that dynamic as well it works really well for us.
Awesome.
Yeah, I could tell there was a lot of discipline setting back up on high grounds and keeping control of, key areas. So it was good.
Awesome. So, last question from my side is then just looking forward. You've pretty much secured a place in the upper bracket. Got to be pretty pleased with that. And are there any teams you're looking forward to playing? I know there was kind of at the beginning of the year a bit of a grudge match between you and OG, and recently Kintsugi has gotten the better of that interaction. Yeah. You're looking to kind of bring that one back, and are there any other teams you're looking forward to beating in that upper bracket?
OG. We've got me personally, I've got a long rivalry with them. When I was in DDC, we played them at finals, and Aquatic and me bumped heads quite a bit. But he's an incredible player. So it's a game we're looking forward to. We want to try and swing the win in our favor. Obviously, ATK is another one that I always look forward to playing them. They're on a different level, and being able to play against a team like that is very educational for a player like me that's just constantly trying to learn. But I think most of the teams in the upper brackets, XPG as well, they're always a team that we look forward to playing. We have beaten them, I think once, and it's always, again, it's an education, because especially with Aquatic being on that, it's definitely a match I look forward to.
Yeah, I think we're going to look forward to that as well if it does come to pass. Thank you so much for joining us, Jelly Doodle. Where can we find you on the internet before we let you go?
I have a Twitter. It's just at jellydoodle_overwatch or OW. It's the only social media account I have. But yeah, you can find me there.
Awesome, man. So if you want to hear anything about Jelly Doodle, you can head over to there. Our losing team today was Overclocked Esports at Overclocked Esports on Twitter. Winning team, of course, Evo Esports at Evo Esports on Twitter as well. So if you want to keep up with those teams, that's where you can find it. So guys, no worries. Sorry, Sam, Lagbeast, let's break this one down. And Sam, I'm going to start with you. What you have some question marks, let's put it nicely, around the coaching situation surrounding these two teams, and I know Lagbeast, you also had a few questions of your own, but what are your thoughts on the situation of having the same person coach both of these two teams, and we know he's coaching another team coming up in our next match as well?
So for me, Jelly Doodle did give a little bit of insight into that, in saying that it's more about the bigger things, like knowing when to disengage, knowing how to stabilize, knowing, having that discipline and so on. So it's not as big of an issue as I may have thought, but in a very general sense, I think that it's not the best idea to have one person coaching everyone. And do not misunderstand, I think that Blur has an exceptional understanding of the game. That's not the issue. The issue here is that having more than one team getting their information from the same person, it creates kind of a vacuum where teams start to do kind of the same stuff. Okay, I will say that this particular map did prove that wrong quite handedly, but I think that came down to possibly just kind of stressing a little bit and making some weird compositional picks. You kind of want to take your comfort picks. You get to a point where you're just like, well, let's heck, I'm going on Moira. We need more healing. But in a very general sense, and depending on how in-depth the coaching is from that one person, it can definitely create an unstable environment for your competitive scene, because you need teams to be getting in information from as many sources. Well, maybe not as many sources, but you need different opinions. And it's not just about, oh, well, you don't want to have bad opinions. Of course you want to have bad opinions, because you want to figure out for yourself why they're bad. Why doesn't this work? Why is it terrible? Why is what this coach says more effective than what that coach says? And if the quote unquote bad style is working, why? What is the good team doing wrong? You can learn just as much from something that is not as clean, not as practice, as you can from something that is quote unquote meta. So I think having more information in the scene, more people, more active coaches, if we could get some of those, that would be fantastic, is definitely a lot healthier.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward in a scene the size of ours. It's a question of, if you were good enough to be a top level coach, why would you not just be a top level player? Then the gap is not that big between, in terms of how critical understanding the game is to how critical the mechanical skill is at this level. So that's kind of the problem. It's guys like Lagbeast and Blur who've reached the top of the mountain already and are now looking at helping other teams achieve those same kind of goals. And those are the players you're looking at kind of take up that coaching mantle and almost that fatherly role in a lot of teams. I don't like this. That's kind of a big role from what I've heard you playing for 2CP. But let's jump into a little bit of more granular look into this match. So it wasn't Evo 3-0 clean sweep. We predicted 3-1 and lag 3-2 across the board, but at the end of the day, we all recognized Evo likely to be the stronger of these two teams. Lagbeast, what do you think the biggest difference between the two teams was today?
Okay, so from a coach's perspective, you obviously have to work with what you've got. When you come into a team, each player has their strengths, has their weaknesses, and you try and accommodate that as best as possible through the compositions that you make them play, and so on and so forth. And I think at the moment the biggest issue is you've got one team, which is Evo, playing very meta heroes that complement each other well, that overall synergize really incredibly, versus Overclocked, who are playing to their strengths, but I feel the compositions that were picked don't necessarily work well together, with the geometry of the maps, with the requirements of the DPS, and so you're left in a situation where even if you're playing heroes that you're really good on, it doesn't necessarily matter exactly how well you play when you're playing against a composition that's just fundamentally better. I think to a point, playing to strengths works, but at a certain stage, you need to transition that into, playing quote unquote, the meta. And I hate saying that because I like seeing teams who can use certain heroes and still beat their opponents even though they're not playing the meta, but you better safe than sorry, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
a good way. Sorry, just to kind of segue off of that. Instead of thinking of it in terms of the meta, just think of it more in terms of a composition whose moving parts gel well together. It doesn't necessarily have to be that meta composition, but you don't. Something we spoke about during the matches, kind of off screen, is just it's not a game of 6 heroes. It's a game of compositions of heroes that gel well, that have synergy, that their utility works well together. So your point is super valid. I would just obviously swap out meta for actual comp.
We saw some.
Yeah.
One of the things you guys really were kind of questioning was that Echo pick. We saw both teams running it. Maybe that's a Blur special. We'll have to wait and see if Kintsugi bring out the same. Sorry, not Kintsugi. If Rage could honestly bring out the same kind of look there, we can probably kind of put that down as a bit of a Blur special. But both teams seem to think that was a very valuable pick. But I know both of you had some question marks around the blue flyer. So what are your thoughts on that Echo pick specifically? Let's start with you, Sam.
So I think the Echo can work. The biggest issue for me was, again, it comes down to composition. Echo is a strong hero, but Echo is a glass cannon. Playing the Echo without a Mercy pocket makes it so much more difficult to get value. And you add into that what composition you're running into and what you're playing yourself. So you've got a tank line, and this was specifically Overclock. They ran out with the Hog Zarya. Now you need Brig for Hog Zarya because Brig stabilizes your front line. Without Brig, your front line just dies. But you need the Ana because Ana is just so strong at the moment. Ana, you need her to sleep enemy Winstons to anti-nade the enemy team to give yourself the opening. Ana is just too strong. So where do you fit the Mercy? The Mercy doesn't fit into the composition. So then, okay, you swap to the Winston and the Zarya, and then you don't really need the Brig as much. So you can swap to the Mercy, but then they just didn't. and so the Echo. And now when you swap to the Zarya Winston, you've got the entire team not necessarily brawling it out, but they're far more close-knit. So all the damage is happening in one place, and Echo is often in the sky somewhere very, very far away from the action. So she, again, coming back to composition, she doesn't synergize with the rest of the heroes in that composition.
Yeah, and I think when you combine that with not understanding where to position correctly, how to set up your kill boxes, it's a recipe for disaster. You're not going to be getting the value you need from any of the heroes that you have.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Now, looking at Evo Esports, our winners for the day, not a perfect performance by any means, despite the 3-0 lineup. Lauri, you mentioned that Volskaya map. Now, that was... we were watching that and kind of like, oh my god, what is happening here? This is seriously concerning stuff. 5 minutes, and they only got it in overtime. The Lagvis, let me get it from a coach's point of view. If you were looking at Evo Esports and looking forward to the rest of the tournament, what are you saying to them? What do you think they need to really work on and clean up if they're going to start to challenge the teams that are seated a bit higher than them?
I think ult discipline definitely a factor. Rotating your ult to, you know, either control the point or to, you know, take a point. Positioning, just keep it more disciplined. Keep up, you know, like make sure your tanks aren't jumping out of line of sight too much. Make sure, you know, everyone's playing as a unit, communicating really effectively. Watching your flanks, and then ult tracking. I think that, you know, it's goes without saying, but it's one of the most important, you know, things in the game. And if you aren't keeping track of what else have been used and what else are coming, how are you setting up for your next play? How are you preparing, you know? And yeah, like just need to keep all of that running at the highest level you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam, from Overclock's point of view, same kind of question. Obviously, they've got a lot more issues to sort out. You guys have already discussed what I think is probably the biggest one, and that's understanding how the heroes are interacting with each other in this current patch and figuring out what compositions really work well together as opposed to just falling back on some comfort picks. But any other advice you could give to Overclocked Esports?
Honestly, I've got to say that compositional understanding covers a wide variety of issues that we saw. For example, we saw the attack on Hollywood. They came in with the May and the Lucio, and of course the idea is to kind of wall off and negate some of the damage. And of course they had the Zarya Reinhardt as well. So you want to negate some of the damage, get onto point, create the brawl, but they run it straight down mid onto point. They don't use any of the high ground. They don't use any of the cover. The wall was placed in the weirdest angle. Evo just had to like look over it from the high ground where they were uncontested or walk around it. So again, it's one of those things where like, so you're running this composition, you have an idea of what you want to do with it, but you don't know how to do that, and you don't know how it interacts with the enemy team. It covers such a wide variety of information, and then you add onto that things like target focusing, which I think was a massive issue. I think it started to get a little bit better as they started to warm up, particularly around the Volskaya. But then, you know, as the last map rolls around and you start to get a little into your own head and the mentality comes in, so it starts to slide a little bit more. But the time to kill was definitely a factor. And then just as Lag said, alt cycling is so important. And so this wasn't Overclock, but this was something that I saw Evo did, where they came in on Volskaya with 6 ultimates. They lose the fight. But then they win the fight, the next fight, because Overclocked 2 DPS just die. They were out of position, and right, it was painful. So it's something that both teams, as Lag said, really do need to try and look at how they utilize those ultimates. Timing is so important.
Yeah, God, that was difficult to watch, and that's kind of what separates the top tier teams from some of the lower tier teams. Small mistakes like that can turn a W into an L, and we saw it there. There should perhaps have been a 3-1 if we look at it from Overclocked's perspective. They should have taken that Volskaya map, or at least drawn it and sent us into a control tiebreaker, but unfortunately they just went up to the task on that last team fight. The DPS seemed to get a little bit twitchy, maybe felt the energy, or like they were going to win that one, and got a little bit over aggressive, and all of a sudden it all kind of fell apart from there. But before we kind of sign off here and move towards our next match, any standout players outside of Jelly Doodle that you guys really want to give some props to and point out? Like, let's start there.
I think we mentioned Cubic being really, really solid. His Zarya tracking and resource usage, definitely decent. Other than that, let's see who else is here.
Go outside for us was a pretty big outstanding.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I just wanted to end it off on a positive note from our side. Like, you know, that being said, you know, everything that we've mentioned about Overclock and Evo, I think both teams, you know, have a lot of potential. And in Overclock's case, I think stepping out of comfort zones and you know, maybe trying out some different support heroes that work well together with the composition, and I think they'll be well on their way to, you know, potentially even causing some upsets later on. This comp definitely isn't over yet.
Oh, very far from over, I can tell you that with absolute certainty. We've got a lot of work to do here in the production booth. But Sam, who do you think perhaps, I think you can echo the Cubic and go outside. Perhaps anyone else you wanna shout out there in terms of who are players to watch going forward?
Yeah, I think I don't know who just whispered that in my ear, but yes, Maestro was definitely a really good player as well. I think that he did a great job of creating space for his team, and there was a lot of really good follow up there from Sheldron, who was we weren't actually expecting Sheldron to be in here. He was one of the subs, so something that we didn't actually get a chance to mention there. But they worked quite well together, and of course, getting backed up by the supports and. Being able to create space so that Jelly Doodle can do what Jelly Doodle does and click on heads. I was really impressed with how Maestro played that. He's been known, I did mention this before we started in the pre-match, he's been known to be a very aggressive main tank, but I feel like he's kind of reined in some of that energy and is a lot more controlled, a lot more focused, and you can see how much growth there is and how it's positively affecting the team he's playing for. Big shout out there.
More as well. Maybe that time spent on Orisa, as much as he and his team hated that meta, maybe kind of tempered that blade just a tiny bit, and kind of controlling that aggression is a little bit more second nature for Maestro now. But I couldn't agree more. I think Maestro also a player to look out for as we move forward, and we will move forward here. But it is overclocked, unfortunately, dropping 0-3 to Evo Esports. That leaves Evo in second place in Group A under ATK. Of course, nobody really expecting ATK to drop any maps at this stage of the tournament, at least not yet. And then Re-Ace Legion, we kind of expected them to end up in that fourth place slot. So I think overall, Group A, once it's all said and done, looking about how we had it written out in the script. But that will be it here for us, guys. Thanks so much for joining us. Be a little bit of a break before our next match. We should be on at about 20 to 5, so you guys can tune back in there. Lagbeast, before we let you go, because you will not be rejoining us, unfortunately, as much as we'd love to have you back, where can we find you on the internet?
Oh my goodness, Twitter @lag_beast, and that I think it's the same on Insta. That's pretty much it, really.
Oh, excellent news, and of course you can see the fruits of his labor in many ways every time we cast XVG to CP and see how that does. We'll keep up with that, keep a very close eye on that, of course, as we all want to do. But anyways, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be
Thanks
back
so much
at
for having me.
25. No problem. Like, it's always nice to have you. Hopefully we'll see you again next week. Fingers
Yeah, I'll
crossed.
make a plan.
Confirm. Awesome. So yeah, we'll see you guys at 22-5, and yeah, enjoy.
Yeah. Siege. Riley. Taz. Yeah. Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down and go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. Little whispers in my head, man, is you fake or loyal? Find no water, death designer, baby, pick your poison. These little demons living underneath my bed, creeping. Know the real monster lives above them all, sleeping. That subtle breathing in your closet every single evening. Thought you never see me again, looks can be deceiving. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come.
We take play seriously. That's why ATK chooses Omen by HP and Windows 10.
Here we come.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hashtag Overwatch by ATK. Championship Finals Weekend 1, Day 2, Group Stages. Oh, it's a whole long story, that title, but it's the one we've gone with apparently. This will be a Group C matchup, I believe, or is it a Group B matchup? You should know the stuff before we get started. It is a Group C matchup. So this is an interesting matchup today. Obviously, we just had the pleasure of watching Overclock take on Evo Esports, and I mean, at the end of the day, it was Evo Esports coming out with a pretty easy-looking 3-0 victory, but mistakes on both sides and pop-off moments on both sides. Really, though, Evo looked so much stronger. But the difference here between this group and that group, other than the teams we're watching, of course, is the fact that for most of these groups in this group stage, the real question is around second and third match, that kind of bracket between who's going to go to the upper bracket and who's going to end up in the lower bracket. That's just how the group stage worked out. But in this group, we're actually asking the question about that number 1 seed. Now, it's important to see who comes out on top because that's going to affect their seeding into the upper bracket. But it's unusual to see the question marks surrounding the first team who's going to end up first. So it is OG Konsugi taking on Rage Quit Odyssey. Should be a fascinating matchup. We've seen these teams play a couple of times this year, and in general, it's been OG coming out on top. But Sam, you've got a little bit of familiarity with OG, and how do you think this match is going to play out? Do you think it's going to be more OG domination? Do you think Rage Quit is finally going to kind of get that monkey off their back?
Well, OG was my first foray into competitive Overwatch South Africa, so I think I might have a little bit of a bias there. But given the history, I mean, if we take a look at the head-to-heads, right, I don't think that Odyssey has not been able to take a win. They've taken maps, which is definitely a step in the right direction, but they haven't been able to secure that win, and that says a lot. And if we take a look at Kintsugi's roster, and of course this has gone through quite a few evolutions over the months and so on. But if we take a look at kind of their standout players, you've got the Diablo, who is, let's face it, hit scan supreme, doing some fantastic work there. Erexon, been in the scene for quite some time now, known for projectiles, specifically that Hanzo, but thankfully we're moving away from the one-trick narrative that he's become so accustomed to. He's got a few more heroes in that wheelhouse, and of course that lends itself to Kintsugi's success. Authorize, I was talking about this before we even started the broadcast. Authorize has come from 0 to hero. When I met Auth, I think he was like silver or gold, and he's managed to skyrocket himself up the ranks and has been doing a fantastic job. I think one of the most improved players I've seen in the South African scene. So to have him on the support line, coupled with the Ninja, who we know has been one of the staple solid supports. I believe that he was even in the trials for Team South Africa last year, and he came quite far as well. So this is a really, really star-studded lineup. The only thing that I'm really worried about for Kintsugi is Elven Slayer, who's really known as a Sigma player, but this meta does not lend itself to Sigma play. So that's something that I worry about a little bit, but Elven Slayer has shown that he's a proven tank player. So hopefully he can, pull an Erexon, get a few more heroes into that wheelhouse, and continue with Kintsugi's dominance.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Now, we are joined, of course, here by Mish. I didn't introduce him at the start, but I'm sure you all noticed that he is in the mix. We jumped in. I was like, the Vic was like, 2 seconds, 3, 2, 1, go. And I was like, oh,
thanks, son.
Who with his play? So, welcome back to the broadcast, Mish. You, of course, had the pleasure of covering our second game yesterday, Risen taking on Cubs. Thoughts on that match, and what do you think we're going to see today out of these teams? Do you think it's going to be OG domination once again, or do you think Rage Quit has got something in the bag here?
I mean, like, having the stat sheet in front of me, you can see, Rage Quit I think have like sort of defined, how they play with each other a lot more than they did, I think, previously in the year, doing the sort of lead ups to the finals. I think they've sort of established themselves a lot more. But I mean, you look at OG, and I just see this wall of players who have reputations, like Naori was saying. There are star-studded players in that roster who have the ability to change the flow of a game immediately, like a Rexon. And they still have their players in the side of RQ, being fluffy and trigger happy. They have those players who make those game-changing plays. But Rage Quit losing, like example, Rage Quit have lost to 2CP 2-3, and then you get OG who've beat 2CP 3-0. That's if you put those next to each other, you kind of think, do they have the ability to go up against a team like OG, and either maybe they probably will take a map off them, but will they be able to like stick it out and make it to the final map, or make it 3-0, or make it get a 3-2 and beat them and kind of like take a bit of a sweep? I don't think so. Not anything against anybody, but I think, OG just looking extremely strong and very composed, and I think they're going to keep that momentum going into this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to take a performance the likes of which we haven't seen come out of Rage Quit Odyssey, at least not this year. But teams have been labbing in the off season between the end of stage 2 and the beginning of the championship finals. So who knows what we're going to come out and see. Maybe Odyssey have really found a nice rhythm, and they've made a few changes to the roster. So let's run through that now quickly. Of course, starting on that main tank role will be Knoppies, aka Kwacha, in for Pretz. I know that's a name we're used to seeing in the game, if not on the map. Unfortunately, Trigger Happy will be on that Diva role, one he's very good at, rather the off tank. Probably won't see a lot of Diva, fingers crossed, at least if as far as Miru is concerned. But Rinku Haireru is an interesting one coming in. He's been on the team since the beginning of the year, but tends to be a second sort of place sub for this team in terms of DPS lineup. We always used to see JRV in this kind of role, so interesting to see that Odyssey, at the end of the day, when it all is on the line, they've gone for Rinku Haireru as a part of this main roster. Assassin JDB on the other side, of course, a standout for this guy for this team, on this hero here. Tracer, really something he's excellent at. Fluffy as well. You mentioned him, Mish. Really, probably the guy you think of when you think of this team. A serious leadership figure, formerly of the ill-fated Goliath Gaming squad, which never actually saw any game time, and then of the old 2CP squad as well. Very well-known player, and then Shadows as well. And this is one of the teams with the deepest rosters actually in the game, so we might see a few subs as well. Mish, what do you think the effect of substitutions are actually while we're on the topic in Overwatch in South Africa? We've seen a couple of different teams, perhaps most notably Leiden, which we've seen a couple of times, me and you, Mish. Do you think there's a lot of value in substitutions at this level, or do you think you're better off just getting a 6-man nailed down and taking it from there?
I mean, from my experience, I think it has a lot to do with, can you have, make sure you have that 6-man roster that you're comfortable with. Make sure you have the team that you will sort of pull the job off and get it done consistently and well done. And then you need to have one or two outside of that 6-man that you can rely on consistently to, because you never know. We have load shedding. We have so many outside factors that we cannot control. That it would be sort of detrimental to not have your subs, and we as ATK and Unidentified, we've had that issue before where we haven't had like enough subs, and it sometimes doesn't pay off. But if you have like you're saying, if you have people who you feel like are just as good as your main roster, because some people go, well, your subs aren't meant to be, so there's like sort of thing that your subs aren't as good as your main roster. I completely disagree with that. If you have subs that maybe aren't able to commit as much time to the game as maybe your main roster is, but still are as good, I think that's a hugely valuable thing to have, because you can slot them in. Maybe if someone can't make something, maybe there's an emergency somewhere. I think having too many subs though is an issue. You need to have people who can have a bit of adaptability, but also don't have 9 subs, 10 subs. It just seems a bit sort of
Maybe like a second team at that point.
Exactly. It just makes no sense. So I think, if you have a sub, put them in the position they're meant to be. Don't, move your roster around too much, because then it becomes very disruptive. So I think, in South Africa, having those subs is a good thing. But again, not too many, not too few. You got to find that balance that works for your team. And I guess it's different for every team and what you need, I guess.
What's that, Sam? You agree?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think that subs are definitely a good idea. I mean, you see it in so many tournaments where somebody's internet dies, or Escom hits, or something to that effect. Like in our climate, it's so necessary to have someone that can jump in. And you even get some teams that have a specialist, someone that is particularly good on a certain map, or they play a certain hero very well, so they get brought in on specific maps where they want that hero to be played. The only downside I find to subs is that they might not necessarily get as much practice time, and sometimes you can see when a team is playing with a sub. But that is just a cost of being prepared. If you don't have that sub, then you wind up in a situation where 2 of your players can't play. Now what? Now you have to forfeit. So subs are an integral part of the competitive scene. But as Mish says, don't get like 12 subs, all right? We've had orgs that have done that before. It is ridiculous. Please, guys, let some other teams have some players. Let them start their own teams. Have like 1 or 2 subs. Just keep it realistic here.
And I keep thinking back to Leiden at the beginning of the year, a team with like a whole team's worth of stuff on it. And it really raises the question. And then I think that point of disrupting your own flow, it's something I also like to raise as well, always when talking about substitutions, is in an environment where you're practicing for 2 hours, 3 times a week, kind of having a comp with 12 players, it's not people are not practicing 8 hours a day, where you can really get a ton of value out of a deep sub roster. So we'll have to wait and see whether Rage Quit Odyssey actually dip into that pool of subs, or whether they've now got their 6 sort of nailed down. But looking towards the future, if we can just take a look at where these teams might end up if they win and lose this match. Winner of this match will take on loser of this match will take on first place of Group A. And for those of you who are keeping track, first place in Group A is ATK. So if you want to win this match, just to avoid that. And if you win this match, you end up on the opposite side of the bracket completely. So you won't have to face ATK until the end of the bracket stage, pretty much. So that's a pretty key match right here. So that's something to look out for as well. Loser of this match faces Evo. So a tough match either way, unfortunately for these teams. But we're gonna have to see who comes out on top of this. So looking at predictions here, guys, we saw the @Overwatch account put out a nice tweet about predictions. Sam, give me your prediction here. Who do you think is gonna come out on top?
I may or may not have mentioned that I have some bias. So I'm gonna call the 3-0 for Kintsugi. Don't let me down, boys, please. I'm on a really good streak right now. Don't let me down.
I'm still shocked you got that Vanguard one right, the Leighton Vanguard match. Everybody got it completely wrong, and you were like, no, I'm gonna stand behind Leighton on this one. Even I, who have bias with Leighton. But anyways, Mish, what are your predictions here?
I kind of want to go with a 3-0 as well in favor of Kintsugi, but I'm going to say 3-1 because I think if Kintsugi get a little bit too, comfortable, I think they might let 1 point slip. So I'm going to say 3-1.
I can see that. Especially given that we, as the broadcasting team and as the community in general, really haven't seen Kintsugi play since March. I mean, like I mentioned yesterday, the last time we saw this team, Terran Lord, which is now a sub for Rage Quit Odyssey, was still on OG Kintsugi, and he started for them. So really, we have very outdated information in terms of seeing this team play. But of course, we're very up to date on the results, and the results have been stellar. Third place seeded, but every time they've played, at least the last 2 times they've played Rage Quit Odyssey, it's been a 3-1 victory. So, in my opinion, I think that kind of sets us up well for what we've seen throughout this tournament so far, the championship finals. 3-1s across the board, other than the one that wasn't, which you just watched today. I think we're going to see another 3-1 here in favor of OG Kintsugi. I agree with you, Mish. So, we're pretty much almost there, about to get started. That about sums it up. Any last thoughts from you guys? Mish, let's start with you.
I don't know. I just kind of like, I don't want to see that 3-0. It's like, honestly, everyone, it's easy cast, quick and over, but it's nice to see teams put up a fight, especially an underdog fight. Everyone loves those. So I'm hoping, from the likes of maybe Fluffy and Trigger Happy, I want them to see get them those big plays, maybe change a fight that you think is just going to be like in the favor of Kintsugi, go the way of Rage Quit Odyssey. I want to see, just a little bit more. I want to see entertainment as much as, we're here to watch games. I'm here to be entertained too. So, go for those. If you can, go for a flashy play. If it's going to cost you the game, don't do it. Don't listen to me. But if you can, do it.
We want to see that frontlining Zen.
Exactly. If you're like people say, like, I'm going to like frontline and saying, oh, their frontline or yours, just like go find it. But no, I think I just want to see a really good game.
Their backline.
Exactly. Zen, like, I mean, you're taking this from a flanking Zen who's never played Zen any other way of actually playing it of a support.
Right.
But I think, yeah, just I just want to see a close game, honestly.
Yeah, I can agree more. Sam, anything from you?
I think, in our previous matchup, we saw 2 of Blur's coached teams come up against each other. Now we got another one on the horizon here. And I did predict the 3-0, but that's purely from a biased point of view. I think having such a solid coach and seeing how well he's done to kind of level up their game, the previous 2 teams, I think we could see Odyssey take 1, maybe even 2 maps. I'm not changing my prediction, bias all the way. But let's see if they've managed to level up a bit in the interim.
Let's see, indeed, guys. We are now there. OG Kintsugi taking on Rage Quit, brought to you by Altruism and Blur. We'll be right back after 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our second game for the night. OG Kintsugi taking on Rage Quit Odyssey. Very good showdown coming out here from Group A. I'm Ultrasm, joining me is Blur. And Blur, you're looking forward to this match quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how these teams interact today. Obviously, the majority of their preparation of the week has been, this is going to be the big game in their group. This is the game they need to be taking to secure that top spots place. And as the panel said before this, the loser of this game plays ATK, and that's enough kind of motivation to win this game, I think.
Yeah, that's not a match you want to be taking in the first round of the winners brackets, because then basically it doesn't matter. You're going down to the losers bracket. Like, unfortunately, unless you can pull off some amazing stuff, but certainly an intimidating game to go into first round. You'd much rather have that easier playthrough. The history, not really on the side of Rage Quit Odyssey here. They have lost 3 of their last games against Kintsugi. Kintsugi is the panelist favorite. According to Twitter, though, they believe in Rage Quit Odyssey.
Yeah. To be fair, that poll did go out quite a little bit late, so it'll just be the stragglers kind of hitting that poll right now. But if you do have a different view, feel free to go to our poll as well on Twitter, on the Overwatch or ZA Overwatch Twitter. But yeah, I think historically you'd expect Kintsugi to win this, and Kintsugi's such a consistent team, but it is a very different meta to what we've. Kintsugi have shown a lot of strength on that bunker and a lot of strength on that Winston ball dive that they were running so well in the previous leg. Coming into this though, it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to the Winston Zaya. And with Phoenix Tears in the roster instead of Elven Slayer, you think maybe Phoenix Tears a former off-tank player before moving to Kintsugi and playing main tank. Maybe we see a little bit of Zaya out of him in this first map, especially coming on Helios. But we'll have to see how it's kind of lays out. It's going to be an interesting kind of dynamic.
It's going to be very interesting. I mean, that's basically the meta is now 2 off-tanks leading that charge. And we did see Cubic's Zarya in the previous match having such an impact there. What I want to know is, in the DPS battle, who do you think wins out between these two teams? Because last time we saw that the DPS role played such an important role, not just from who they picked, but how they were able to execute. With people like Ashe and Widow being so useful now, being able to actually headshot is so important, and it can win you a team fight when you can open a fight without someone jumping in and diving in and committing to the fight straight away. If you can get that 1 or 2 picks straight away, it could be interesting. Yeah,
I think it has to be a little bit of a stylistic between these two sides. Orexin and Ontiablo. Orexin is specifically more of a Hanzo Pharah player in kind of history. Obviously, there's a bit more range than that, but that's kind of the heroes he's really made his name on. Things we've seen him play really well on. Whereas RQ Odyssey, Rinku more known as a Genji player, Assassin more known for his Tracer performance. So we've got a little bit of a tendency towards long-range DPS, with the exception of the outlier of Ontiablo, who's a little bit of a Tracer, known for his Tracer play. But it's going to be quite interesting to see how the kind of clash between this more long-range DPS duel and this kind of more flanking DPS duel play out. Coming on to Ilios though, there's space for both. There's definitely kind of scope for both to be successful, and it'll be interesting to see how the two interact. I'd say kind of leaning on just pure flexibility, I'd expect OGs to come out a little bit stronger, but maybe we see the side of Rage Quit just managing to be quite.
I'm interested that you say Orexin doing that amazing Pharah play consistently, because this is a map, certainly in general, that has a lot of ability for Pharah. We saw it come out, especially here on Ilios well, where that Pharah just has such nice high ground, such nice verticality to work with. Even like the fact that you've got so much cover to work behind. It's going to be interesting to see. Orexin, in fact, going to be taking on that Hanzo for the first one if he doesn't swap off there. Instead, the Pharah is going to go across to Assassin JDB, with Rinku Hireru picking up a Sombra, which could be very, very useful for the team.
Yeah, I think especially if the side of OG end up sticking on this Winston Diva, the Sombra could be so impactful, pressuring out this dive coming in. And I think that's something we'll definitely see having a little bit of strength in the early stage. Shadow's coming out on this Lucio instead of coming out on the Mercy, so we're going to see the pharmacy there. So there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Fluffy, which is probably what you expect to be kind of the defining factor of Odyssey's play. But also we're going to see a lot of aerial pressure and a lot of spam pressure out of Odyssey.
It's going to be interesting to see how this Diva works. Yeah, the double dive is going to go into the back line. So OG Kintsugi going to be the one to push forward in the beginning. Orexin goes down on that Hanzo, so that's going to be a bit of damage going to be lost by them. But they have got the positional advantage. Again, this Pharah coming from Assassin doing great work from above, up to 46% ultimate charge already. But it seems like Kintsugi are going to be the ones to dictate where they want to take the fights. They're just chasing this Winston around the board. And when you've got the mobility that Kintsugi has, they are going to pick up the point straight away. So Phoenix T is going to eventually find the kill on Noppies there. But the rest of Kintsugi now just dominating this point, getting the pressure that they need, and the two tanks are working really well to chase each other around. We see the Moira there being able to dodge out the diving Winston, so that's something that you talked about in the first one. It's just the Moira allows for that extra bit of survival in the background, even managing to get out the Coalescence. It's not going to be enough to save the Diva mech now, and it's actually Odyssey that's now taking a bit of an advantage now, pushing forwards, dropping that Primal Rage onto the point, allowing them to just push everyone else back. And Kintsugi, after taking the good early fight, is suffering from a bit of pressure going the way of Odyssey, being able to maintain this for long enough. They have already given up 40% on this point though, so Kintsugi's going to be quite happy with that, and they still haven't managed to take this over. The contestant here by this Lucio, and now backed up by the Zoom on that Winston, is going to just keep this percentage ticking up. Another 50% now is going to go all the way. Now the Diva Bomb comes up. This is going to find him an open area in the center. Just clears everyone else off the point, which allows for a little bit of progression on the point. Up to 60% now, and already they haven't lost the team fight. That Primal Rage in the backline, though, doing a great job to take out the tank backline. And although Rage Squad Odyssey looking very strong in the middle of that fight, just not able to get the kills that they needed to clear out the point. And it's up to 75%.
Yeah, and their cleanup just so messy there. They just didn't clean up that fight at any stage during the fight. You know, they have this barrage, they have this EMP, but they just haven't taken any space. They didn't clean up effectively. They didn't take out the elements of that fight most effectively enough. And now, even if this EMP is valuable, it puts them in such a weak position for the rest of this map.
Probably going to have to drop a little bit more. You're obviously going to see Assassin looking for that barrage and to the back line, but the rest of the tank line has fallen away right now. So the pickup is going to try and come through. Doesn't manage to even get it. Trigger Happy getting taken down by that pulse bomb. The barrage comes out, only managed to take out the Hanzo though, while the rest of his team falls around him. The beat comes out to try and maintain this at the end between him and the Monkey. But Zoom not going to be able to pick up as many kills as he's going to need to try and turn this point. At this stage, just waiting for a bit of reinforcement from the rest of the team coming out here. But Rage Squad Odyssey still have not managed to tick this over. They haven't cleaned it up. Trigger Happy now coming to try and stall this point out a little bit more. The overtime is there. And with just the ball on the point, he's got a lot of people to try and contest with. Trigger Happy going on back into the Diva mech is going to allow them to sustain even more. And with that, they don't manage to take it at all, the whole way going the way of Kintsugi.
And that's just so sloppy from the side of Odyssey, actually. Like, there's no other way to describe it. It was just a sloppy round. The fights were close. The fights could have gone either way in that round, but you know the big difference, Kintsugi focused on their targets. Odyssey sat at the back of the points and waited for death. They didn't take the space. They didn't take control of the point, where Kintsugi were very, very active. Coming to this round, I really think we need to see Odyssey just play a little bit more consistently. I was surprised to see them switch off that Xayah. I was surprised to see them, you know, not kind of like lay into the point a little bit more, because once they'd taken the space, they would have been much more like able to hold it much better. But they just kind of gave it up. And coming to this round, you know, they're still on that the Sombra, and they're probably going to swap into the Pharaoh after this. But I'd be very surprised if we see anything different if Odyssey keep playing the way they are.
It's interesting that they've both picked up the Diva. Diva has been a controversial pick in this meta. Neither of the teams has that Zarya to take advantage of it, but it is going to be an initiation this time from RQ Odyssey, trying to get onto that high ground and just pushed off very quickly afterwards. Again, they've got Norpies jumping into the backline. Norpies falling very low though. He could get taken out if he's not careful. Jumps back to a little bit more safety. Gives a little bit of space for the rest of the DPSs to do some work. Shadows and Fluffy having both gone down. So that's going to be all the sustain being dropped for Odyssey though, and Kintsugi again take that first point quickly.
Again, I'm surprised they switched off the Xayah, considering, you know, the amount of value you should be able to conceptually get out of a Xayah in terms of playing near Fluffy. You know, Fluffy getting absolutely dived out of these fights very early on by the aggressive tank line of Zoom and Phoenix tiers here. And I just think, you know, Odyssey really need to think about what their win con is here. They're really struggling with this Diva. This Diva's not really doing anything. Like, Trigger Happy's doing damage, but he's not clearing up any fights. And Fluffy getting absolutely no value, while the side of Alex and Authorize on the side of Kintsugi aren't pressured at all.
Now it's going to be a wraparound. Rage Squad Odyssey instead going to go from the high ground. They're going to try and get a couple of picks. They've got some space up for Assassin. Assassin getting taken out though. Orexny doing a great job there, and the Mercy's going to go down as well. Zoom doing an amazing job of clearing up these supports. Again, being pressured down completely. When you got the backup of Phoenix tiers coming in with you, it means that you're never really going to be under a lot of pressure. The Diva Bomb comes out probably just to sacrifice the mech and swap onto someone else now. But Trigger Happy not getting anything out of these fights. Phoenix tiers not able to build up a Diva Bomb of his own, but there's 4 ultimates coming now for Kintsugi.
Yeah, and it's really, they're going to have to think, how do we take out these targets? How do we disengage or re-engage this fight? And they've swapped back onto Zaya now, which I'm quite happy to see, but 60% in, it's really tough. They're going to have to take this fight. Otherwise, they put themselves in a one-fight win condition.
And now we see the big dive coming through, followed up by that Dragon Strike. It is going to pressure them and split off that fight. It just separates it and allows the rest of Kintsugi to take it. Kintsugi have pushed really far forward. They're actually trying to shut them into their own spawn. Even manages to separate out that Mercy from getting home. She eventually does with the help of that Zarya bubble, but they are pushed all the way back. They've got 20% just to touch the point, let alone win the fight. And they've got a couple of ultimates in hand. They've got an opportunity now, but they're going to have to execute this perfectly.
No, and they're going to have to rely on this EMP. This EMP needs to come out early here, but Link being forced out of the fight very, very early there. We might not see it until later, where it might be too late already.
We see that barrage coming out. That's going to go straight into the face of D.Va. Does manage to take out the mech, which is going to be big. Also picks up the Hanzo kill. And so Assassin finally getting some value here, really managing to dominate this fight. They did have to drop all of their ultimates, but they have managed to finally secure this point.
Yeah, but you know, looking on the side of the OG Kintsugi squad here, they do have this D.Va bomb about to come online, and they might have this Tracer bomb in the fight. The one that we really have to look at as one that could potentially swing the fight, though, is this Lucio sound barrier. The sound barrier could be just impactful enough to give them enough time to build up that coalescence and give them the health advantage to force Odyssey onto the back foot. But already on Diablo taking out Rinku in this fight, and this could be just the opening that Kintsugi need to take this map.
Here's the beat coming out, and with the D.Va bomb into the background, just trying to support the monkey on the high ground there. It is going to be Zwim doing the damage that he needs to. He's taking out shadows. Assassin going to drop as well, so that's most of their damage. Rinku Herrera not going to be able to touch the point again. And it's going to be all one-way traffic for OG Kintsugi to take this first control point map.
And it's a kind of stylistic shift that you have to see from the side of Odyssey here. Is that, you know, we're looking at a side that's functionally, you know, Kintsugi come and playing this Winston D.Va comp, presumably practicing it, presumably knowing what their kind of win condition here is with the Winston D.Va comp. And Odyssey have come in practicing something different very clearly, by the way they open, by the way they've been playing, and kind of trying to emulate based on what is working for Kintsugi it's really not a viable way to go into this map for Odyssey. Like, I don't think it's a viable way for Odyssey to play through this game. They can't mirror what Kintsugi have practiced. Kintsugi's just going to look better on it. So I think Odyssey need to lean on what they know, lean on what, on denying the enemy win. They've got the comp to do that. The Zaya are very good at peeling. The Sombra very good at putting pressure on things diving in. You know, I think maybe they need to probably switch off the Pharah, put themselves in a position where...
So Blur seems his mic has dropped at this stage, unfortunately, so you can carry on watching him talk. But it seems that Kintsugi has definitely dominated the pace of this game. They've managed to jump in when they need to. Zoom doing a great job there on the monkey to just dominate the space, dictate where the fight is going to take place. Getting into the back line and taking out those supports has been massive for them. Rage Quit Odyssey having a couple of opportunities, but not managing to close out any of these fights, especially there on Well, where they had the advantage, but just not able to secure it in any way. And so it's going to be up to Rage Quit Odyssey to try and somehow counter that. They're going to have to do something to protect their backline a little bit more. It's 100% the fact that Monkey there managing to get 10 jump pack kills just shows the aggression that he's showing into that backline. And when you take that, it means that you dominate the fight. When you've taken out the supports, then you can just slow it down, take whatever fights you want to, win it through just pure sustain.
Yeah, and I think that's very kind of definitive of how Kintsugi have played in this game. They've played, you know, a very nice aggressive style into Odyssey here, and Odyssey just not reading it. Their comp style is a bit slower. If you're playing that Winston Zarya, you're playing a little bit slower, you're playing a little bit more of a mid-range dive. So Kintsugi really just shutting them down so well here. And with Elven Slayer and Slumpy coming in for Volskaya Industries, we might see a slight shift of the game style here.
How do you expect them to swap it up now? What is the change in the mentality going to be from Kintsugi? Are they going to be running that Sigma, who is so weak in this? Or do you expect Elven Slayer to pull out something like a Roadhog that you said he was quite proficient on?
Well, I think maybe we see the Zaya here. Elven Slayer, you know, we talk about his Sigma and his Roadhog being his kind of definitive heroes, but I think his Zaya is quite a strong pick as well. His Wrecking Ball is quite a strong pick as well. So those heroes both quite strong for him, and I think even if we do see a Sigma with the Winston here, that's something that controls high ground quite nicely in this dive mirror. Slumpy, a little bit of more of a hit scan player. We've seen a lot of Ash from him this season, and very strong player. Very, very strong player in terms of what we've seen him deliver in the matches that we've seen him play. Orexen, we might have seen playing that Hanzo a little bit more, but I think we maybe see more of like an Ash Ash Tracer or an Ash, like a double hit scan kind of setup here to play into this map.
I like the fact that they've got an Ashe player who's come in now as a speciality. On an assault map, when you've got that opportunity, something like an Ashe just gives you that pick potential where you can start off a fight, especially on attack, where you can start putting in damage. And if you can get that 1 or 2 picks in the beginning, put that early pressure on them, and it gives your team that opportunity and almost the go-ahead to carry on and now dive into the back line. Ontiablo going to be taking a Sombra now. It's going to be interesting. Rinku Hareru also going for that Sombra. So that Sombra is going to be an interesting choice. I'm not always a fan of Sombra on the defense, especially considering the amounts of aggression we're seeing come out in this patch. It doesn't always pay off fast enough to secure your team at defense.
Yeah, I think the Sombra, I like the Sombra in both sides, honestly. The value of the hack and the EMP are just such strong win conditions, and I think, you know, we've seen time and time again the Sombra EMP just be so strong in every single meta where she's prevalent. That's something that's just going to be a kind of fight win condition and a fight denial condition for the side of OG if they manage to pull off this defensive Sombra. From the side of Odyssey here, we're seeing mirror comps with the exception of Authorize on the Lucio instead of the Mercy. I think we're going to see probably a similar issue where Shadows is going to be probably monopolizing a lot of his resources to try and keep Fluffy alive here, because Fluffy has been so aggressively engaged by Zoom in that first map. Zoom doing so much work in that first map to shut down the backline of Odyssey. So I think into this map, we have to think maybe we see a Brigida going forward from Shadows in terms of maybe just peeling for that for Fluffy a little bit stronger, but we'll have to see.
What do you think the role of Authorize's Lucio is? Is it a case of when Zoom jumps in, it just allows Elven Slayer to jump into that backline and follow up with the rest of the team?
I think it might be rotation. Given that you're controlling so much high ground and controlling the backside of point, a rotation might be quite important. And getting your Ashe and your Zarya across, or even your Ana across, just to make sure that they're not as easy to dive, should be very strong for them in this game.
Well, you can see Odyssey is setting themselves up, trying to find a pick potential. Zoom is going to jump into the backline again there. Fluffy, under such pressure straight away, does get taken down instantly. Norpi is on the other hand finding an Ana of his own there, but the kills are still going the way of Kintsugi. So somehow Rage Quit has taken this high ground. They're going to have to just retreat out though, and a good defense coming out with only the one casualty being Slumpy there for Kintsugi. So Kintsugi looking quite happy here for that first defense.
Yeah, and it really looks, from the perspective that I'm watching here, that Elven Slayer is really playing a very strong aggressive Zarya at them here. Like, it's one thing to play the Zarya and play it kind of defensively to try and help your backline, but this aggressive Zarya also can really help your backline just exist by not being under pressure. And while Alex does go down in that fight, it's a one trade for 4. You know, it's just such a strong trade in the favor of Kintsugi in this space.
Ooh. Zoom there diving into the backline, separating off this fight, and only just manages to get out there, was slept up, was anti-healed. But even though there were 4 Rage Quit Odyssey players around them, weren't able to get this. Now the Valkyrie gets popped and it's going to back up there. Rico Herrera and the Norpi is managing to take out Slumpy on the backline. That's going to be a big pick for them. They're going to want this. Now we see Zoom dropping that Primal Rage just to try and buy this team some time, just try and separate it off. The Nano Boost comes out from Fluffy, so still managing to get a lot of value there. Goes into it. Now we see the Graviton Surge going through. Only manages to pick up Trigger Happy though. Trigger Happy going to be kept alive by that Pocketed Mercy. And so while Kintsugi dropping a lot of resources, in fact both teams dropping a lot of resources, neither one managing to find the pick potential now, but it is going to be Kintsugi being pressured. They've been trapped into that little room there. The EMP comes out. That's going to be big. It's going to turn the fight completely, and the fight just crumbles underneath that. Odyssey find the opening that they need.
Although the EMP turns the fight completely, but it doesn't turn it in the favor of Kintsugi, who actually used the EMP in that situation. Oh. And that puts them in a situation where now they don't have that big defensive asset coming into point 2. This Bob and this Beat are going to have to be so crucial. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rinku holding onto that EMP just to try and cancel that Beat. EMP is so strong against Beat because it just completely wipes all shields. So, you know, it's going to wipe the shields of Zarya, but it's going to wipe the temporary shields of the sound barrier into the early stage of this fight.
Well, the double bob comes out to now try and add an extra person. Yeah, that EMP though being critical now, shutting down the bob here. The Graviton Surge gets caught up in the corner there, traps Authorized, but Authorized not going to die. Slumpy, in fact, though, going to be the one picking up the kills, even though that bob was deactivated in this. The rest of Odyssey charge onto point, and with having dropped all those ultimates, they're not going to be able to get a lot out of this. The reinforcements are going to come out from Kintsugi straight away. The most notably is Zoom now, jumping into that backline, just shoving the assassin off the point. Shadow's going to go down very quickly. The supports from Odyssey taking a lot of damage, unfortunately. Antiablo manages to hack up and take down Norpies in the back line. And so Kintsugi, after a great initiation, a very aggressive dedication there in the back line, is going to actually chase this out all the way into the back line. A big dive coming out from Zoom, who's now managed to get his ultimate up, and they're going to have a nano boost for the next fight as well.
Yeah, I think that's just a really messy engagement from Odyssey there. There has to be the read that the sound barrier is something. You have to catch that Lucio. If you don't catch that Lucio and kill him immediately, then the fight's just going to turn on his head as the second he uses his ult. And that's actually what ends up happening. And then Slumpy does so much work uncontested on that target after target.
It just seemed like that EMP was dedicated to the Bob. If they had managed to catch the Bob and the beat, that could have been a completely different fight. Again, this time, a very clear plan of attack. They've nano boosted up the Winston, so Norpi's getting to the back line, finds Alex quickly, which is going to be a great help for them. Elven Slayer getting under a lot of pressure. Now the Monkey comes through and smacks into the back line, but he jumps off the map. Norpi's is gone, which is going to leave his team with nothing to go with. Assassin, though, doing some work now for OG Kintsugi. Sorry, for Rage Quit Odyssey into the back line, but they've lost the fight eventually. RIP.
Knoffies, what are you doing, my friend? That's just not the situation you want. You don't want your Winston going off the map there. It just puts them at such a big disadvantage trying to take that fight.
A lot of resources now for Kintsugi. They've got that Elven Slayer Graviton Surge for the next fight, and combo that with the Bob, it could very easily secure them the fight, and that's going to give the space as well for Authorized to try and get up another sound barrier. He's actually getting faster than Rinku Hareru, who's going to be having his EMP. They're going to come out at almost the same time. Instead, this little tussle on the high ground here is going to fight it out for the two teams. Here goes the Graviton Surge. It's going to find Trigger Happy in the back line, and it's going to mainly separate out the fight. The dive comes in here. Swoom going to be the casualty. The Winston's going to be able to reinforce quite quickly. The rest of Rage Quit Odyssey not able to push in yet. That is going to be a big ultimate they've been able to pull out from Elven Slayer. So Slumpy, the only one with an ultimate for this next fight. Orthron is going to have that sound barrier ready for it, but no push coming out yet for Rage Quit Odyssey. They come in with very definitive plays and very definitive ideas, but they're predicting and they're almost telegraphing what they're doing at the beginning of it. Swoom now anti-healed up. He decides to retreat straight away, recruits for it, and now the Bob comes out, actually going to collide with the other Bob, and the two of them are just going to fight it out. Rinko Herrera manages to get the hack onto the blue Bob from Kintsugi and gets back quickly enough. So the two Bobs just fighting each other out, both of them jumping off the map, neither of them getting a real advantage. But the rest of Rage Quit Odyssey has used that gap to push onto the point. A lot of power coming out. Elven Slayer, massive on charge, going to be looking to clear it out and get given the space by Zwoom on that Primal Raging Monkey. And with 57 seconds left, it is going to be Noppies in the back line dropping. And so Rage Quit Odyssey again throw a lot of resources at a fight that they just can't take.
And I think it's just a case of target focus. We're just seeing such awful target focus from the side of Odyssey here. We see Slumpy just standing on that high ground, uncontested entirely for entire fight. They're trying to kill a Xayah that has her healing, that has her team there to support her. Meanwhile, Slumpy's just able to do get shots after shots after shot with no defensive capacity and no kind of like consideration to how he's engaging or how his impact on the fights even slightly considered. And we just see him get value over and over again, and they don't isolate the targets they need to be isolated.
But he has a lot of value being lost as the nano boost does go. He does, Norpius does now jump onto the back line, but he's lost his entire back line. He's alone there. He's dived after Slumpy, and Slumpy just survives long enough that 5 kills go out the way for Kintsugi. We're going to see the Primal Rage just to try and buy out this time. He's got to contest this point for long enough. He's going to go down very quickly, so that overtime is not going to last long. No one going to be able to follow up, and Kintsugi dominating that match.
And this is an agonizingly difficult win condition for Odyssey now. Their win condition is a full hold on point 1. A full hold on point 1, a very, very difficult thing to pull off in Volskaya Industries, with this point 1 having just so much open space and so many open sight lines. And again, if we're seeing Slumpy do so well on that hit scan, on that Ashe in that round, and Antiablo do so much good work on that Sombra to deny the backline of Odyssey throughout, it's going to be really, really difficult to just to hold the space, especially considering that we've seen them play these ult engagements, which they just don't follow up their win conditions properly. I think it's a case of OG having just a little bit better structure in terms of what they want to be focusing, what they want to be taking down, and that's typified in the playstyle we're seeing. We've been so impactful in this game and just denying engagement after engagement and kind of shutting down players super aggressive.
you just look at the difference in efficacy between the tanks jumping into the backline. Norpies is not target focusing Slumpy as much, and even when he did there at the end, he wasn't able to get anything out of it. The rest of his team was just collapsed upon. Zoom doing such a good job in that backline to constantly shut down the supports. Fluffy and Shadows being taken out time and time again by just this consistent play. So while you're telegraphing this massive idea of what you want to do, they're throwing in the bob early, they're nano boosting very early and then jumping into the fight. By the time the rest of the team is initiated, then they're facing a monkey of their own on their backline, and it's just not working out for Odyssey.
Yeah, and I think that's just a kind of a case of what this team's style is. That Odyssey are ending up in these positions where Knoppies isn't engaging the backline as aggressively as Zoom is, and OG are just taking so much space and taking so much of an advantage of that.
Well, we have seen an almost full hold in that previous match there where Overclock managed to hold it for nearly 5 minutes. They did drop it eventually. Antiablo going to go out very early, getting taken out by his counterpart on the Sombra. And so it's going to open up a little bit of an opportunity for Odyssey to go in. They are very low on health though, and Rinko Hareru doing a great job on the Sombra to secure this point and just take out any aggressive plays coming in there, just causing havoc in the backline. Now Noppies goes into the backline to try and do some work and just push the rest of Kintsugi back. So Kintsugi not going to be able to get anything out of their first push through some good play from the Sombra. And Sombra halfway up to that ultimate, but the big one is Slumpy up to 71% already on this Ashe.
I think it'll be quite interesting to see how Antiablo and Rinku's EMPs interact in this situation. I think the the ability of Rinku to charge his EMP is going to be quite valuable, but immediately going down, that's not what you want for Odyssey here.
Odyssey is going to have that Valkyrie coming on very soon. They're going to be able to use this to sustain the fight. They do drop it straight away. Slumpy taking out Assassin, though. That's going to be big. And the hack goes on to the Mercy. She's going to have to run for cover. And with the Bob to secure the point, no one's going to be able to contest this. With that just space denial, Shadows has managed to find an Ashe and Anna on the back line, but that's not going to be able to hold this. And considering they have to hold this first point to try and keep this, Rinko Herrera's managed to get back onto it, but hacked up instantly by Antiablo means it goes down straight away. And with those 3 squishies falling instantly, that's going to be a big hold that Odyssey has to try and make on the second point.
And I just, playing this Winston Xayah comp, it's just a complete stylistic difference from these two sides. Kintsugi playing so well on this Winston Xayah comp to aggressively deny entry to Odyssey wherever possible. You saw them diving at the choke repeatedly on their defense and putting such an aggressive hold up to keep Odyssey out of the fight, where Odyssey just let them come onto point, and once they come onto point, it's just so difficult to actually shut them down.
Oh, that was a great hack coming out to Zoom. Zoom, just as he falls off that ledge there, gets hacked up, not being able to put a bubble up on himself, not being able to do anything, but the nano boost comes out now. That's a bit of a waste onto Trigger Happy. Trigger Happy just stepping forwards to try and take out the rest of them. It has allowed him to build his ultimate a little bit, so he'll have that for the next fight, but the big one's going to be on Diablo having that EMP.
Yeah, I think Antiablo having his EMP and Rinku having his EMP. Rinku has a little bit of an easier setup to try and get that EMP, but he is starting really on the low ground, so it's going to be quite difficult for him to actually land this effectively. But it does come out and lands quite a big EMP, despite the Nano Monkey coming into his backline.
They haven't focused out the Authorized, and Authorized does manage to now drop that beat. He would have needed that EMP for the last fight, and instead that's going to come out and keep his team alive, managing to just secure them surviving through that Graviton Surge. Now they're still looking to put some pressure. Elven Slayer's got a lot of charge, and so Kintsugi has pushed onto it. They've got a Graviton Surge of their own, and that allows them to clean up this point. They're going to be able to start ticking up. We see Zwim jumping into the back line, and that's all that they need to secure map number 2.
Yeah, and OG just doing what OG does. OG play their playstyle. OG understand what their interaction with the meta is, and it's something we've said in our build up to finals, that OG is such a consistent. They are just so incredibly consistent on their playstyle, and again they're just showing an understanding of what this meta does, what they're supposed to be doing, how their heroes are supposed to be interacting with the enemy, and Odyssey just not matching up. It's just a situation where their main tank isn't engaging the same way as Wim is interacting. He's not denying the entry that he needs to be denying to really make this composition work. And Slumpy, seeing him get so much value on that Ashe, getting so many headshots. We're seeing Zwim get so much value on that Winston. He's been absolutely phenomenal in this match so far. And, we talk about Elvin coming in. We may be expecting him to play, that Sigma, play that Road Dog. He's been incredible on that Xayah this game. He did so much damage on that Xayah and was absolutely crucial in maintaining their aggression.
It's just such a nice combo. You can see the confidence from Zoom. Zoom knows he can jump into 5 enemy players because he's got that bubble that's coming on straight away. And because they focus that Elven Slayer on the backline is being pumped up to massive amounts of charge before the fight even starts, and then is able to follow on, clean up whatever hasn't been taken out by the Tesla coil, and it gives then, between the two of them, it gives Slumpy so much space. You can see this, the supports from Odyssey are struggling. Nopi's not finding nearly as much value on his Winston as they jump in. So it's going to be something for Rage Quit Odyssey to think about now as we go to a quick 5-minute break, get some drinks, get back here, and come and catch us to see if Odyssey can take a game back, or if we are going to see another 3-0 sweep from Kintsugi to take it to the top of their group. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Away we see OG Kintsugi dominating this performance against Rage Quit Odyssey, just managing to dictate the complete tempo of it, getting so much focus into the backline there with the help from Zoom, backed up by his supports, creating space for them, and backed up by that Elven Slayer bubble, means that it's just splitting the focus of Rage Quit Odyssey completely and swarming their backline. Shadows and Fluffy taking quite a hit, and Kintsugi managing to take a 2-0 lead now as we go into Hollywood. I'm Ultraism. Joining me is Blur, the man who knows these teams, and is quite surprised that it is this one-sided.
Yeah, I think it's just it's quite surprising. I don't think it's surprising that we're seeing OG playing so well. That's a team that you're expecting to play well. You're expecting them to come in and play their performance and do well. But I think from Odyssey, I'm surprised they're playing so passively. I'm surprised they're letting OG take so much control of the game. And it's really punished them so badly. In this game, they have to play more aggressive. They have to start punishing what OG are trying to do, because at the moment, OG just in complete control and absolutely not challenged whatsoever.
It's going to be interesting to see how they change this up now. Hollywood known for a couple of these really pivotal high grounds. That first one, as you go through the choke, obviously being very important, but also that back one just gives such a nice place for an Anna to sit and try and support the team from there. And so it's going to be up to Rage Quit to try and take some sort of opportunity now, get into that back line and try and cause a little bit more havoc than they have been before. If you manage to take that support away from Zoom in the front line, he doesn't have the freedom to move around and just dominate your back line as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they manage to do it. Rinku's doing a good job of getting into the back line, but when there's no support after that, what do you do?
Yeah, it's you know, we're just not seeing enough aggression out of Odyssey, I think. And a lot of that is the pressure that Zoom is putting on their team. They feel that they have to play a little bit back to make sure Fluffy survives the fights, but you know, the more they pull back, the more control Kintsugi take. And it's this vicious cycle where the more they try to defend Fluffy, the more pressure Fluffy is under. So I wouldn't be like, I really would like to see a little bit of Brigitte play out of them. Maybe play a little. Ooh, instant sleep out the gates. Oh no, Link.
Oh, that is a cheeky play coming out from Alex, otherwise known as the Ninja. So a little bit less time for the information to be gathered. We do see them going onto the high ground straight away. Zoom and Trigger are happy though, sitting on the ground there, just waiting for everyone to run through. Gonna back up a little bit. That's gonna be a big play there. Slumpy gonna take out Assassin, but Elven Slayer gonna be taken out there. Assassin's going to be coming back, and so that's going to open up an opportunity. This is the aggression that we're looking for coming out there. Nopi's jumping into that back line, taking out players in the back, but Room, in fact, going down as well now. Fluffy managing to get the last hit there. As Rage Quit now dictating the pace of this. They've taken out the person who was causing them such backline issues while asserting some dominance of their own onto Kintsugi's backline. Kintsugi now split up quite badly, slumping quite alone on that high ground, but the fight is still going their way. They're still managing to contest here, and the reinforcements are coming in. That's it. Rage Quit Odyssey had their gap. They had everything that they needed to win that fight, and they just didn't clear it up as fast enough, as we see the monkey reaching through the uprights and the retreat. Oh, what else does Rage Quit need to do?
No, and it's again, we saw the one thing we were talking about in the break absolutely work out. We need to see Knoppies play more aggressive, pressure out Alex, pressure out Slumpy, and try and take the fight from there. We see that, and then Zwim gets punished for being overly aggressive because of that pressure on his backline. But then they just don't take any advantage of that space. They don't continue the aggression, and because they don't continue the aggression, Slumpy is just, they're able to come back and split up the team. Fluffy gets pressured out, and there's just such a big gap between the front and the back line of Odyssey that they're just completely torn apart.
Oh man, look at this aggression coming out from Zoom, using that Primal Rage extra HP to actually just knock them into their own spawn. The Nano Boost came out in the front line and the Bob to secure the point, but he just jumps into the back line, causes havoc, takes out Fluffy and staggers this even more.
A dominant characteristic of the games this weekend has been such aggressive Winston play, and again, Zoom just doing so well, ending up outside their spawn, but just getting pick off.
Now we see Nopi's jumping into the back line, but there's no support coming out afterwards. Instead, the Graviton is going to be dedicated to this Nano boosted Zoom, and they still don't manage to kill him.
Not handling him right now.
The rest of the team. Whew. That was...
And again,
that was sad to watch.
Again and again and again, the teams just take advantage of the same.
Oh, some disconnects coming out there from Blur, but you can hear the disappointment from him. Everything he's been looking for, everything that he wants him to do is just being separated. Nopi's diving very deep into the back line, and then Zoom just sitting at that choke there. Now we see the MP being dedicated from Rinkuru Hareru, who was caught in that Graviton Surge, the rest of them coming in, Bob coming through very nicely, but it's in the corner. It's not going to give a lot of space here. Trigger happy pushing back onto the point now. It just allows for that security. And so the Bob just securing the position. And instead, there's a lone Zarya, Elven Slayer in a very dangerous position, and he's going to get isolated from the rest of his team. We see there Odyssey doing a good job to try and click up a bit of percentage, but this is their last fight. There's a beat comes out that's going to keep Kintsugi alive, and that could be all that they wrote for Rage Quit Odyssey. The rest of them start being taken off now at the end of the fight. And the reinforcements come out again. Rage Quit Odyssey getting the idea right, what they needed to do, but not managing to complete that thought pattern. Alright, so now what does Kintsugi have to do? The Kintsugi's done everything that they really need to. They've still got that nano boost for the next fight that they want to. Fluffy's got a nano boost of his own, but now the nano boost goes out. He's into the back line, putting pressure on Alex. The amazing Zarya bubble keeps Alex alive and allows him to rotate around. Nopi's not getting any value here as he pushes onto the point. The nano boost not paying off at all. Rinku Herrera being the last one onto the point. Bob now dedicated just as a bit of flair. And Rage Quit Odyssey getting a lot of percentage, but not even the first point here in round number 1. Just that dive into the backline, not doing anything at all. So, Blur, are you back?
Yeah, I am back.
Did you see how sad that was at the end?
It's just, it's just Odyssey just falling apart here, not understanding what their win condition is here. And really, they've just not taken the correct amounts of space. They've not taken the correct engagement. They've not, emphasized what was working for them and pressured down where they should be, and they're suffering for it. Kintsugi in absolute control, and, the not undeservedly leading this game, and barring a miracle at this stage, I think it's over for Odyssey. Truly a dominant performance from Kintsugi, truly what we would be expecting them to be doing as a team here, but Odyssey just completely failing to show up to the stage.
To me, it just seems that they're not reading the fight at all. You got the plan is obviously Noppies needs to get into the back line, but when you've got someone like Zwoom and Elven Slayer just holding such an aggressive line there next to the car in the archway, it means that as soon as Noppies dives, he's got no one there to back him up. He gets the Zarya bubble, but he's got no healing to back him up. He's got no sustain there to sit in the back line. And with Elven Slayer and Zwoom doing such a good job of holding the rest of Rage Quit Odyssey at the back, it gives space for Diablo to cause some havoc there as the Tracer in the back line. And they're managing to hold that archway with 3 people, leaving 3 people for the rest of Kintsugi to survive and keep Alex alive.
Definitively, though, we're seeing Rage Quit struggle to actually push in past that. Once they have the advantage in the fight, we don't see Fluffy really moving forward, perhaps out of fear that he's not going to get the support he needs to really stay up. And that's been kind of like a key to their play throughout the game, is that Fluffy's just been completely isolated at the back. And again, he's just going down at the beginning of this fight, almost uncontested.
They do manage to take out the kill on Zwoom though, and that's going to help them out to just try and shut this down. No one now left to fight out in the air. Assassin, in fact, doing a lot of damage, managing to take out Slumpy on the back line, and that's going to shut down the rest of this Kintsugi attack. Kintsugi's still got 1 or 2 players. In fact, they've managed to reinforce completely. It's going to be Odyssey on the back line now. They're going to have to stall this out. They can't afford to lose this fight, and Kintsugi just managing to peel so well for the rest of the team. Zwoom jumping into the back line, creating the space that they need for the rest of the team, and this could be it all over.
And again, you're playing a Pharah. You're playing something that you need to play really aggressively and really kind of pressure them down as they come in, and you're just letting them get into the backline. How does Zwoom get far enough in to dive your Ana in the Bistro? How does Slumpy manage to get shots off on your Mercy? They're just not controlling the choke at any stage during that game.
Yeah.
And of course, Kintsugi are going to punish them. Kintsugi are too good a team to not take the advantage of positions when they get into positions like that. And Zwoom, I will be very surprised if our panel does.
Yeah.
He has been completely dominant for Kintsugi today.
Yeah, he's had the support from his team, but they've also understood exactly what he needs to do, and he's done it with aplomb, just being able to do that. And while they held the choke, while Kintsugi held the choke between him and Elven Slayer, and just denied that cohesion of the team, Odyssey seemed to try and hold that on the point. And it just meant that when Zwoom dived in, got the Ana kill, he had that ability to drop back to his team as much as he needed. He did go down at that stage, but it still opened up the position that By the time he went down, Elven Slayer was standing next to his body on the point and could then carry on that pressure and take it out. And when you kill the Ana straight away, that's most of your healing going down. There's no way Lucio is keeping the rest of your team alive through a supercharged Zarya who's dominating the position, dominating the point. And Odyssey seem to constantly be running away on defense, constantly hitting a brick wall on attack. And between those two factors, Kintsugi with quite a convincing victory here.
No, Kintsugi in complete control, and it just comes down to meta understanding. Odyssey just not denying the space they need to be denying. They're letting Kintsugi take too much space. They're letting Kintsugi take too much space on the interaction between heroes. You know, heroes like Farah that really need to be playing that cover super well. They're giving the Widow the sideline. So, you know, it's just a situation where you just can't afford to be giving a team this good and players this good these advantages, because you know immediately they're just going to take them every single time. And you know, shout out to players like Slumpy and Antiablo who really punished them for doing that. Shout out to Swoom who completely pressured down their backline the entire game. And honestly, they're deserved winners today, and they're deservedly in complete.
Well, I'm sure Kintsugi is going to be happy about that, winning that in recognition of Lulubel, their manager's birthday today. So, I'm pretty sure that's a decent present to come through. The toughest match in their group, and they managed to take it 3-0, certainly sets them up with good confidence for the rest of this tournament. It's going to be interesting to see how they're coming through, and if they keep playing it with this much aggression, this much dedication, this much cohesion, I think that we could be looking at a great contender for the rest of this competition, even challenging the likes of Beastie Boys and maybe even ATK. This could be a very good competition going forwards, but Kintsugi basically securing themselves that first position in their group, going into the upper bracket, and Rage Quit Odyssey setting themselves up for a very difficult run now, dropping down to best case scenario, second position, in which case you're going to be taking on ATK in that first round. It's going to be a difficult fight. I'm interested to see what our panel has to say about this. It's going to be very one-way traffic, I'm sure. They're going to be very impressed with Kintsugi. And it's going to be interesting to see what advice they can give Odyssey after this break, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after 5 minutes.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the hashtag of Watch by ATK, week 2, etc., etc., etc. You know the drill by now. My name is San Phoenix. I'm joined once again by Nori Mizuki and Mish, and our player of the match. Who else could it be? It really could only be one player in this match. Standout performance here from our man Zoom. First off, congratulations. And the first question for me has got to be about your aggressive style. You really came in today like you were angry at Rage Quit Odyssey, so I don't know what they did to you in between the end of stage 2 and the beginning of this tournament, but is that usual for you? You normally have that aggressive edge, or was it something specific about Rage Quit's style of play that you felt you could really take advantage of them in that way?
Well, usually on our dive side, we are very aggressive, and as personally, I'm a very aggressive Winston player, so it's not really anything about Odyssey's composition. It was more of my playstyle. But I did see that on the first map, that they were playing very split. Like the Ana was always out of position, so I was always on their backline. As a Winston player, I always enjoy just feeding on the backlines.
Professional feeder, by the way.
Yeah.
So this question was an interesting one for me because analyst girl, it's my thing. And Ilias, y'all had a wild comp. I took one look at this car. I screenshot it and sent it to all of my friends. Like, what? Hello?
What is this?
There was Hanzo, there was Diva, there was Lucio, there was Moira. Y'all were just out of control. What?
I mean, in that composition, we just played to our strengths. We played to the best of our ability. Like with the Hanzo, with Erexon playing Hanzo, he's a Hanzo god. Even with Dive, we're gonna play him the best hero he can be. And with like the Lucio and the Moira, we felt like with the Pharah composition, Moira and Lucio were the best pick. Not really with Ana, because Ana would be pressured out. So I feel like that composition wasn't too iffy, but I think it was played really well.
Yeah, you guys did actually have a good, solid response there. Sorry, Mish. There was just the one other thing. You guys play the Lucio consistently, and it's kind of well known that Lucio isn't necessarily the best pick at the moment. So is there a particular reason why you choose the Lucio over, say, the Brig or the Mercy?
We choose the Lucio for momentum, and more of like that, the beat is really strong in the dive. And the speed boost is really strong for our dive, so we can get that momentum onto the enemy backline. Like we saw in Volskaya, our Lucio player speed boost me in onto the backline, and we could just synergize really well. I think the Lucio is just a really good hero for dive, but that's just us, I guess.
Yeah. So like we've talked about it, Blur, has been coaching multiple teams and has been involved. And more ZA teams are looking for coaches and getting coaches in, wanting to change up their gameplay, get better. And you guys seeming more composed and very, as a team, like collectively, you seem very composed and very sort of directional. Do you guys have a coach? Was there someone behind all of that, or was that just you guys as a team?
Yeah, we do have a coach, but I don't know if I want to leak anything. But we do have a very, very good coach that's helping us a lot and improve, pointing out our mistakes, giving us a lot of homework, I guess. He's a very good coach, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Awesome. Glad we discussed that before, because that would have been a little bit awkward otherwise. Okay, so last question from my side is about your next matchup. Now, we can't pretty much confirm, of course, Evo and ATK started a little bit on the late side, so that match is still ongoing, but I think, not being too bold to predict that ATK will take that Wednesday. That means it's very likely that you will go up against Evo Esports for your first upper bracket match. How do you feel about your match against Evo? I know it's been a bit of a grudge match, perhaps before you were really a big part of this roster, but that said, I think you're still going to want to beat them. How are you feeling going into a match against Evo next weekend?
I think as a team, we're feeling very confident versing Evo. I think we've prepared for this matchup for a while now, and I think going into it, I think we're going to do very well. I'm not too sure about the scores, but I think we're going to go out with a win. Definitely.
Based on what I saw today, I think you guys are looking very good to do that. So thanks so much to you, Zoom, and once again, congratulations for that 3-0 victory over Rage Quit Odyssey. Before we let you go, where can we find you on the internet?
I don't really want people to follow me, but how about can I drop a link for my friend's stream, SlumpyXD, I guess?
Go for it. Yeah. SlumpyXD.
I'll do.
Slappy XD.
Yeah.
Give him a follow.
Someone
there.
on social media
Also-
that does
also- also follow-
content and impressions, lol.
Also follow OG Omnis Gaming on Twitter. Definitely.
We'll shout them out at the end though. Don't jump in here, Zoom. Thanks so much for joining us once again, and we'll break down the kind of talking points of this match. And there were a couple, you know, the key one being that OG just looked so much stronger today. Reg just not really standing up to what OG could throw at them. Now, predictions wise, of course, Sam once again, the expert predictor, came out on top there with her 3-0 prediction. Myself and Mish hedged our bets just a little bit and ended up paying for it dearly, unfortunately, when it comes to the prediction war. But, you know, what do you two think the difference was? And the difference between these two was a veritable gulf, unfortunately. But if you had to point out a few things, Mish, let's start with you.
Honestly, I just think I'm not sure. Rage Quit just seemed very scattered, if that makes sense. Like they just seem to sort of crumble under the pressure. I mean, they've taken maps off teams like 2CP. Why can't they do it here? Maybe it's maybe going against OG. They have less to lose. Rage Quit Odyssey do going against a team like this. They are the underdogs, and they should use that momentum of we have nothing to lose. We can win this. But I don't know if that's a lack of comms, if it's a lack of in-game leadership and calls. But they just seem to lack direction. They seem to sort of be, solo queuing, and it's so like unfortunate to see because they have the ability to play as such a composed team. They just seem to lose that composure. So I think for me, they just didn't seem to have a grip on the game, and they always seem to be playing into OG what OG wanted them to do. So for me, I think it was that.
All right, Sam, anything from your side specifically?
This is a point that I'm going to harp on for the rest of my life, it seems, but understanding the composition that you are running, because Odyssey's compositions were fairly solid. The only argument I would have is having the Tracer instead of a Sombra. Sombra is very powerful, but I think that if you want to put pressure on a front line, especially if you're playing against a main tank like Swoom, you want to be going with something with a little bit that packs a little bit more punch. So you'd want to go with the Tracer. The other thing that I wanted to note was I felt like Assassin just wasn't playing to his best today. We know that he's an exceptional player, but he just wasn't getting the value on the Pharah. He wasn't getting the value on any of the heroes that he was playing, really. And that plays a big part in it. You can understand your composition, but if your players are having an off day, and let's face it, we all have off days. And I think that this was just one of those days for Assassin. He wasn't showing up like he should have been. If he'd been on point today, the scoreline may have looked a little bit differently. Maybe your predictions would have been a little bit more accurate there. I will say that on the flip side, Kintsugi really understand the composition that they're playing. I mean, you guys heard when we were chilling during the game in a different voice channel, and I was going, look at how they understand how to use the primal. It's so cool. They're making the space, and like I was losing my mind. So they understand the composition very well. Again, also not a huge fan of the Sombra. I like Sombra, but Tracer just packs a more powerful punch. But they understand what they're doing and they know how to run the composition. So if Rage Quit can just look at the comps that they're running, as Mish said, they were so scattered. You're playing a dive comp. It's not a split comp. You're not meant to be on 2 to 3 different places on the map. You need to be diving a target. And that's what Zoom and Diablo were doing so well. Zoom dives in, Diablo follows up, and the supports die. And we need to see that from Rage Quit. So if you're going to run a composition, understand it, know your win condition, and follow through.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree with that. And zoom out to Diablo, I think a key to OG's was perfect execution of their own dive. We used to think the Diva running alongside the Winston, of course, historically speaking, but the DPS in that mix has always been important, and more so now than ever with Zarya being such a prominent pick. Not able to get in there with the Winston, of course, supporting him with the bubbles and in general with the damage from range, but not having that body and the Matrix backing the Winston up, the style has changed quite significantly for how you operate on that main tank role in that setup, and the Tracer becomes even more important perhaps in backing up what Zoom was doing, and Diablo executed perfectly on that. And that brings us kind of to another port. Now, somewhat prophetically, actually, we had a decently lengthy discussion about substitutions and how you use them coming into the matchup, and we actually saw them for the first time in the 5 matches we've casted over the last 2 days come into play. We saw Phoenix Cheers starting on that off-tank role, something we've known him for before, but not seen him on since he left, Evo at the beginning of the year. and we saw Rexon as well, spending a bit of time on that Hanzo, which we heard Zoom talk just a little about in our Play of the Match interview. So I think if we had to pick a way to use subs, that's the way to do it. It looks like they had a comp of 6 set out. They knew exactly what they were going to do. They put a Rex on, the hero we know him so well for, even if it's a little bit out of meta at the moment. They put Phoenix Tears on in a way he could play and understand and work around what the other tank was doing, although he's usually a main tank. I think we can all agree that if you're going to use subs, that's probably the perfect way to execute in this environment.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think like I think Nero was saying earlier with specializing, you have someone who you like not to say it in a bad way, one tricks or does something really specifically well, chucking them in to make that comp even a bit better. I think that's a perfect use of sub.
Yeah, I think given that it was Ilios, they were probably expecting the Pharah to come out there. They know that Hanzo can do exceptionally well against that Pharah, but he's also got the power of the Stormbow, can build up that ultimate quite quickly. There's a ton of spam damage that comes through there. And I mean, there are other options for it, obviously, but I think it worked out really well for them. So if you're going to have those subs, just know the execution, know what the plan is for each individual map, and then, again, follow through. Follow through is the name of the game.
Yeah, always in Overwatch and in every sport game, I'm sure. Now, we spoke a little bit about the underperforming side of Assassin JDB, a player we're used to seeing really step up for the squad, especially on that Tracer, and perhaps sticking him on the Pharah didn't really suit his playstyle as much. We saw him a little bit on the Tracer, but didn't really seem like he got a chance to sink his teeth into that hero today. On the other side, though, we saw Fluffy for Rage Quit Odyssey, always a stand-up performer. You guys think he was a key in Odyssey doing anything, and if they're gonna perform well, is he a guy they need to build around, or do you think it's more a question of the team stepping up in general? Let's start with you, Mish.
I think Fluffy has clearly got a well-established playstyle, and he's confident in how he plays it around the team. I think now it kind of comes to, like Sam said, you have a lot of people who, sometimes it'll be a day off, sometimes you're just not having the greatest day, and it is like that. But there needs to be some sort of consistency. So I think instead of focusing on Fluffy and making him do better, I think he needs to sort of he does his job. So now I think it's on the rest of the team to sort of step up in their own play styles and how they sort of either build around Fluffy and sort of contribute towards their gameplay, or how do they enhance their own play style and contribute towards their teams. If you can individually be good, there's a good chance that you can collectively make it work. Not always. You need a good team cohesion, but if they can improve their individual play styles as well, I think that'll help them round out their team play style, if that makes sense.
Yeah, 100%. I think that Fluffy plays that role very well. I mean, some of those sleeps, I was losing my mind when I saw somebody got slept in spawn. What? There have been some really, really solid sleeps. So I've been quite impressed with his performance overall. And I think that if they can continue playing to that strength, and it's not about building around Fluffy, because you can't really build around a support, but I think what that does bring to the team is a certain level of trust. And that's really important in your support. So you need to be able to trust that they're going to heal you, that they're going to keep you up, that they're going to be able to use their utility. Are you getting the anti-nades? Are you healing everyone up? Are you able to get really impactful sleeps, like sleep the Primal Winston, sleep the Whole Hog, sleep the Barrage, whatever it is that you're playing up against. Know and really have faith that your supports are going to be backing you up, and particularly as a tank player, that's so important because your job, you're on the front line, you're creating space for the rest of your team. So Fluffy being such a good player just means that the tanks are more enabled to do their job. So now they don't Odyssey don't need to worry about Fluffy at this point. He's solid, he's good. As Mish says, everybody else, that you guys need to step up. You need to be as good as Fluffy, and then that's when you start to improve as a team.
I think Fluffy really a base that you can build up from, if not around. Let's put it that way, rather than kind of set the team up with some good fundamentals and build that trust from there and work forward. OG Konsugi, though, at the end of it all, really looking super stellar. I think finally we're going to look at this team for the first time since Terran Lord was on it. We didn't see Terran Lord make an appearance today. Here's a sub for Rage Quit Odyssey, but You know, this team is looking good. They looked super, super solid. We've known they are solid. If you had to pick one word based on results for OG Kintsugi, it is solid. Not
Yeah.
incredible, not awful. Right there, exactly how they need to perform. Taking maps of everybody except ATK, obviously, and people taking maps off them, but they
Soon,
always
though.
win out in the end. Let's hear that prediction. So that for me is key, and now we get to see just how solid they actually are, and they looked drilled, they looked put together, and they looked creative, something we don't always see out of South African teams.
Yeah.
Creative in a way that is actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Productive. You know?
Yeah.
Creative is sometimes we use it as a euphemism for bad, but in this case we do mean actually productive.
Don't leak that. What? No, every time people watch a broadcast, they're gonna hear creative and go, "Oh,
They're gonna go,
evil,
wow."
bad,
Okay, I know what you're
thanks."
saying. Oh, fine. No, but I mean, in this case, this is what we want to see. We want a teams doing creative stuff, but clearly well thought out and planned creativity, and using the subs in the way they did was actually very, very cool to see. This is how you do it. Teams like, you know who I mean? You know what I'm saying? Gonna put subs in. This is how you do it, in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
That's it, guys. That will sum it up here for Rage Quit Odyssey and OG Kintsugi 3-0 to the team in green. Really strong performance. But before we let you go, Mish, why don't you tell us where we can keep up with you on the internet?
Pretty much on Twitter and on Twitch. On Twitter, you can find me with Mish with 5 eyes _1, and the same on Twitch, just _ZA.
Awesome. Sam, we'll see you in just a moment when we go through our post show. We'll look forward a little bit
Not
at
over
our
yet?
bracket,
God.
which is no. So this is a short day. This is the shortest day. Okay, so you can calm down. Next week we've got a lot of work to do. Thanks so much for jumping in, anyways. But we will be back in 5 minutes or so with our post show. We'll have a look forward, have a look back at today's games as well. Pick Blur's brain a bit, the coach of 90% of these teams, and get a sense about how his teams performed today. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this. All right, what's up, everybody? I'm gonna back up into frame just a tiny bit because my producer never puts me in the damn frame properly. Welcome back to the hashtag Overwatch by ATK Grand Finals, or Championship Finals rather. Week 1, Day 2. The group stages are in the books, ladies and gentlemen. We have all the results we need. We saw a bunch of fun matchups on both days this weekend, but today's matchups were a little bit on the one-sided side. I was disappointed as the person who put the matches together, but I will say we did catch every single 3-1 match, so can't feel too bad about that. We are joined once again by Blur, back from the casting booth, coach of what was it?
Everyone.
Of the teams today.
The
So we had
66.6% of South African teams.
exactly,
There you go.
and a 33% win rate as well. So that was cool.
Yeses.
We're gonna pick his
Don't
brain
like
a little
those
bit about- yeah. Unfortunately, he was always gonna be 66 at best, but then Rage Quit got. Pummeled a little bit by Kotsugi. But we're going to pick his brain about that before we take a look forward at the brackets coming up and also give a review of the group so far. So Blur, man of the hour here, coach extraordinaire. What happened? Let's start with Evo and Overclocked. I'm also a Peach on the side here, so you can expect a few moans and groans as well. But Evo just looking much. He's giving me a look now. He's in my peripheral, dog. I'm shivering.
Being ready to be thrown off screen, really.
Exactly, replaced with some horrible
The
texture.
shepherd's crook thing, like.
Exactly, yeah. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. Oh, Evo taking on Overclocked. Overclocked is not up to this task today. We saw a different look out of the two teams, surprisingly enough. I think Langvis was expecting a lot more of a congruent look between the two teams. Expecting similar compositions, similar playstyles, given that they're coached by the same person, but they looked quite different. What was your thought on that? Do you think Overclocked really played a style consistent with what you've been seeing them doing scrims and what you've been teaching them, or do you think they brought something else to the table, and same for Evo as well?
Yeah, so I'm gonna preface that for a couple of seconds, because as much as like I get the style thing, it's also just a kind of like a conception of how the teams work. And the way I kind of approach coaching is to leverage the kind of play styles that you inherently have. So, I know Evo's very aggressive. I know Overclocked lean in a lot on duels and a lot on, looking for those big openings. And I know like Odyssey generally lean on constructing their plays from the back. So all of the teams, even if I'm teaching them similar comps, I'm teaching them to play it within their style or in a way that best suits them. So the hero picks in general will reflect that, and what they actually choose to play on maps is up to them. But it's I'm going to be obviously giving advice, kind of pointers on how to do it. But I primarily want systems and like teach them to make their own decisions, because at the end of the day, I can't sit in the match comps.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I can only watch as they make their own decisions in game and make their own decisions versus the teams they're playing. And sometimes it works. It worked very well for Evo today, for example. Overclocked. Overclocked made some really pretty good decisions themselves. Nearly kind of clutching out that Volskaya game was really good from them as well.
Yeah,
and sometimes it doesn't. Where
just throwing 6 ultimates and losing a team fight.
Yeah.
And
I
I'm a
mean-
bit concerned.
How we don't talk about that.
But yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work, as we see, Odyssey coming into their game versus Kintsugi and just not being able to kind of identify what made Kintsugi really function so well.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's kind of a systematic thing. I have to work with what I have. I have to work with the players they have that the team has, because I'm not about to go into Teach's team and be like, replace half your team, find someone that can do this, etc., etc. And maybe if I was more of in a head coach role, I would. But I'm here to teach systems. I'm here to help people understand what the elements of their macro are and understand how these things interact with. And today with Evo, I think we saw on a first map, they were able to kind of impose their style of play and only have to make minor alterations throughout the game. We saw them come out play quite aggressively with that Widowmaker and the Echo. We saw them struggle a little bit on the Tracer, and eventually we realized that they needed to just kind of lean on a little bit more long-range damage. It's that kind of decision-making that I thought was quite important. On the side of Overclocked, they made some interesting decisions. I really liked the kind of idea of running that kind of highly entrenched defense that they did in Volskaya, or that long hold that they had to do. But I didn't like their earlier decisions with the Sombra Genji Brawl. I thought that was a really strange to make, especially considering the synergies of heroes. But So looking at those games, I think that's kind of what the kind of story was, is that, you know, these teams have all been taught, you know, okay, this is good, these interact in this way, you do this when the team is pressuring this way, you change your style in this way. But some teams just kind of adjusted quicker, and some teams just had that matched composure where, you know, the other teams sometimes struggle.
All right, I think that gives us a pretty good insight into how Blur approaches coaching and how that affects his teams. And I think we saw that play out in a big way today, especially in the mirror matchup between, well, not quite the mirror matchup, but in the matchup between the two teams you coach, we've got a real juxtaposition of different styles and how your coaching style affects the different teams. Now, looking at the Rage Quit Odyssey versus OG Kintsugi match, of course, you've touched on that a little bit now, but just briefly, what do you think went wrong for Rage Quit Odyssey? I heard you putting out a few sighs there during the match. I think you weren't quite happy with how they performed. Were they running what you expected them to and performing it about as well as they usually have, or do you think they underperformed today?
I think watching it was a very, very surprising match for me, because usually I do expect them, as much as they play out from the back, they're quite aggressive. Quagga in general, Knoppi's game, is is more than willing to just go yeeting into the enemy backline, you know, at a moment's notice. And, you know, I was quite surprised to see them hold such narrow angles. I was quite surprised to see, once they had the advantage in the fight, they're not pushing in and taking control of the space. And I think as much as, you know, the later games really kind of emphasized that superiority that OG came in with, I think the match that really surprised me with that was the match that they were actually, the map on Ilios, that they were actually, you know, they were taking the advantage in the fight. We saw them on Ilios well come out, get a couple of picks, and then they just sat back at points and didn't take any control of the points. And that was the fundamental difference between these two teams. OG so aggressive and so kind of dominant in taking space and holding space, and Odyssey just seemingly content to let them have that space. And once you let them have that space, like, OG understood their win conditions there, and they have so many good players that at a moment's notice, you know, you're going to lose your head to Slumpy, you're going to lose your backline to Boom. And I mean, those two specifically performed absolutely incredibly today. On Diablo, also a constant thorn in the side throughout. You know, they're just players that you just cannot afford to discount at any stage. And then also, you know, they just weren't thinking about the interactions between the ultimates. We see them holding onto that EMP, but not making sure that they catch, authorize, or like execute on him once he's hacked. And that means that beat comes out, and once that beat comes out and you don't have that EMP, you don't have that ability to just get rid of those shields, to just be like, okay, but no ult for you. This impactful ult, gone. Your abilities, no. They just used it, and then were just completely countered when it came back at them. That was just not a good position to be in. And so, like, misplaying their macro to an extent, you know, like leaving OG in a position to take that dominance, and that puts more pressure onto your backline. So you're building from the back, but you have nothing to build on because your backline is under so much pressure already, you know. And then misunderstanding on a micro level the kind of ability interaction, the in-fight interaction. Understand, it was just, you know, always just going to be dominant from OG because the players on OG are just good enough and have a good enough understanding of the game to just consistently just execute on that over and over again. And once they took the advantage, they just never gave it up. And it was disappointing, to be sure, like as from a coach, but as a manager, not as a manager, as a caster, it's just incredible to see a team just realize their potential in a game so well and just kind of execute the way OG did.
Yeah, I think thinking about that Ilias thing in particular, and obviously that was the biggest example of it, but we did see it in a few fights where they had a clear advantage in the fight, a numbers advantage, they had a few picks and they just didn't press it. And I kind of have to ask, or not ask, but I have to wonder if possibly, you know, as you said, you're not there, you're not in the comms, you don't know, you can't tell them what to do or whatever. So it makes me wonder if there isn't like a communication issue as well. You know, 4 people on the enemy team are dead. And again, I'm thinking specifically about Ilias here. It's a 6v2. You have every advantage in the world and nobody's saying, okay, push, like get on point, like, you know, we need to capture. And so they give so much time for Kintsugi to get back onto point. And once Kintsugi get back, as you said, they find that advantage, they know how to press the advantage, and they turn that around. So that might just be another thing there. I think you also, when you know you're coming up against a strong team, you kind of get in your head a little bit, and you tend to make those silly mistakes, slip up a little bit here and there. But I think by no means we should be counting them out here. They performed reasonably well, and I think that if you can isolate those mistakes and you know, help them improve on their mental. I don't mean you specifically, just you happen to be the coach. But If that's something that they can work on, then yeah.
Kinda, right?
Yeah. Kind of exactly my responsibility.
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly. That's what I'm gonna say. Isn't that like
No, like, it sounded so awkward because it sounded like I was teaching you how to coach. But like, if you weren't the coach, I'd be saying the same thing. Let's put it like that.
No, I get that, and that brings me on to our last question before we start taking a look at the groups overall and then jumping into brackets for you, Blur. And that's, what do you do going forward now? You can spend time with your teams and try and solve these problems. How are you going to approach the next
What's
week
next
of
for
having
Blur?
all of these teams that you have to now deal with the problems they face during this week?
Well, I mean, Overclock technically only had me for the month prior to finals here to just make sure that they came in prepped, and I think they did come in prepped. You could see they had an idea of what they were doing, even if they weren't able to beat Evo on it. Evo making out and just kind of, you see them maybe just win out those duels a little bit cleaner than Overclocked were able to. But I think with Odyssey and Evo, like it's down to looking at what fixtures come up, and which we're going to go through in a second, obviously. Odyssey, a little bit of just kind of picking out what about their style today didn't work, picking out what about their play style was just not working, and just getting that kind of executing on the advantage a little bit better. And Evo, Evo, I think it's just identifying their win cons a little bit quicker. That Volskaya game being a particular outlier, but I think besides that, they looked very good today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't disagree. That brings us on to our group stage, or the sort of all the results for the group stage. And I'll just run through those very briefly. In Group A, we have ATK topping things out undefeated. Totally not unexpected there. Horrible way to phrase that. It's very, very, very expected. Evo Esports, of course, with that win over Overclocked, will take that second place slot. Overclocked in third. Regace Legion, not unexpectedly as well, also in that last spot in the group. So ATK and Evo Esports through to the upper bracket there. In Group B, the Beastie Boys end up topping out that group, also without dropping a map. They in Overwatch in second place. We saw them beat Vanguard in a slight upset, but I think their better seeding was not unfounded. Vanguard in third place. Overtime will round out that group. In fourth place, Beastie Boys and Leiden through to the upper bracket. Oji Kintsugi, this is Group C now, which we've just been speaking about. Oji Kintsugi, Rage Quit Odyssey, first and second respectively in that group. Third place is Iron V Calypso, Kitsune to round things out. A closer group than some of the others, but at the end of the day, OG looked just as dominant as any of the other top teams in the other groups, and they will be going through to the upper bracket alongside Rage Quit Odyssey. Group D, XVG, 2CP, and Team Mist will go through to the upper bracket in first and second place respectively. Risen in third place, Overwatch Carbs unfortunately rounding that out in last place. So a lot of matches we've seen this week. Now we've got a good sense of some of the results. Any surprising results for you there, Sam, that you want to just ponder on briefly in terms of where teams ended up, or is it all kind of par for the course?
Yeah, nice question. Not much to say. I think that all things considered, this really did go as expected. There haven't been any massive surprises here, no massive upsets, apart maybe from Vanguard for everyone else that isn't me, that one win that they did get, or sorry, the loss that they received. But apart from that, no surprises from my end. Oh, Son, your mic cut out there a second.
Hello? Oh, are we good
Hello.
now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're back.
Blur, do you agree? That's all I said.
I think it's not so much shocks as it is seeing teams kind of deliver on potential. I think we see, I'm maybe a bit surprised that OG were able to be so dominant, but I think that's a kind of a concept of them delivering on the potential we know they have. I think I'm surprised to see 2CP take a couple of the maps yesterday that they did with such ease. But again, we know they have their potential. We know they have that strength. And it's just seeing them kind of deliver on that that's kind of been kind of definitive of why they ended up winning the matches they did in that way. So no shocks, I'd say, but definitely some teams just coming out and showing exactly what they've got, showing that they have that big match mentality. And some teams, back to the drawing board, back to back to the grind. You have a week to get ready for the bracket stage, and that's kind of a definitive difference to what we usually have with finals, where we have it all stacked up on one weekend. The teams now have a week to fix it, and that could be really interesting. I think next weekend we might see some very interesting forms come out, especially if we see a patch hit on Tuesday that shakes up a little bit of the meta.
Yeah, that could be a really interesting wrinkle. That does bring us now onto the bracket stage. We can announce with some certainty what matches we're going to see next week, Saturday, and being like quite an interesting one. So taking a look at the brackets here, going to be our first match, ATK taking on Rage Quit Odyssey. We mentioned it in the panel. That was a key match for both of OG Kintsugi and Odyssey to win, because you do not want to face ATK Overwatch in the first match, because you stand a very good chance of just getting straight into the lower bracket and having to work your way through there, and you don't want to do that. That's a tough one tough hit to take for Odyssey. Next match will be XVG 2CP taking on Leiden Overwatch. Leiden will be happy to get through in the first place. Of course, that game against Vanguard, key for that. XVG will be happy to take on Leiden in that match as well. Beastie Boys, who we haven't seen any of so far, coming from Group B, it was taking on TSG in our third match there. In the fourth match, OG Kintsugi, who we just saw take a stellar performance against Rage Quit Odyssey, they'll be facing up against Evo Esports. Now that is going to be a stellar match, probably the one we're going to bring you guys' way. What are your thoughts on these matches, and specifically that last match, Snauri?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, and this is just kind of how seeding tends to work, but I think that bottom match, Kintsugi versus Evo, is probably going to be one of the closer ones that we get to see. I say see, I don't know if we are going to actually get to watch it, but I think it'll be one of the closer ones.
Confirm that we will.
All right, so potentially actually see. And like I said, that's just kind of the nature of how this top and bottom seeding works. But apart from that, these are two teams that are fairly close in skill, and it's something that we spoke to Zoom about as well. Coming up against Evo, having a little bit of a rivalry there between these two teams. So I think that that's going to be a stellar one to watch out for. I think there's also a lot of potential with Beastie Boys and Team Mist. Team Mist have been consistently impressing me throughout the year, the little bit that I have been able to see of them. I think when they first entered the scene, I didn't have too many expectations of them, but again, that's what tends to happen when you've got like a high school team coming in. You don't know any of their players, you don't know what they have going for them, and then sometimes they surprise you, and that was basically Team Mist. So I think that there's also a lot of potential there. And then XVG, 2CP, Leiden, and then ATK and RQ. Not to seem too horrific and mean here, but I'm pretty sure that 2CP and ATK take those matches.
You don't think RQ can bring out the incredible upset?
No. I think it's more likely that Leiden might be able to take one or two maps off of 2CP, maybe, but I don't see Odyssey doing too well against ATK. It's just, it's going to be very, it's not impossible, but that is a very steep hill for them to climb.
I couldn't agree more. Thoughts on these matches? Let's focus on that last match, OG taking on Evo.
Yeah, I think I'd be very surprised to see the first two matches go anything other than a 3-0 to the upper seeded team. I think especially the strength of Leiden in their game against Vanguard was very much we were looking at Kiri on the Widowmaker, but he doesn't have that big advantage anymore. He's coming up against one of SA's top Widowmakers in Aquatic there, so might be a little bit less of a close battle there than or a little bit less of an advantage that they have in that game coming through. Beastie Boys and TSG. Quite excited for. I think the structure that TSG have shown that they can. It's going to be about decision making for them, and that was something that was a little bit questionable in their game against 2CP. But if their decision making is good, I think given what we've seen from Beastie Boys prior, we obviously haven't seen them so far in this tournament, but given what we've seen from them prior, decision making and figuring out how to break their weird off meta might be key. Otherwise, otherwise Beastie Boys probably set to take that one quite easily. And then in terms of OG Kintsugi and Evo, I mean, I obviously have a clear preference to who I'd want to win this game, but Kintsugi...
that's like a big bashing of heads between you and I, because I'm an OG fan.
Oh, you should be a guest on that segment, I think, if we can say that.
Yeah, but yeah, so obviously I have a clear preference there, but Kintsugi have been so impressive, and again, they showed all their qualities today coming out, and it's a really, really tough match to come in for Evo, who, again, they've had some good matches against them, taken some maps, but it has always been Kintsugi that have taken the wins this year so far. So a big hill to climb for them, and a point to prove in this kind of tournament where we've seen them come in with a bit of a lower seeding. We've seen them come in, perhaps a little bit less favored than they would have been at the beginning of the year, but still full of strong players. And I think if they can get their game flowing, and if they can take the advantage versus Kintsugi, I think they put themselves in a really good position in this tournament. It's then comes up against the Beastie Boys or TSG Team Mist in the next round. At that stage of the tournament, if you're hitting semi-finals already, that's a pretty good position for your team.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, that is our upper bracket matchup. I think a few one-sided bouts, but at least a one that is really must-see. Let's take a look at our lower bracket here and just get a sense of what that looks like. Our first match here will, of course, be Risen taking on Overtime, not to be confused with Overwatch Cubs, even though they share 90% of the same letters. Second match will be Overclocked, Peach and Co. taking on Kitsune, literally the only team we've never seen play. Iron Calypso taking on Re-Ace Legion. Vanguard rounding things out here against the Overwatch Cubs. Again, a 90% fairly one-sided affairs, but that last one with some potential to cause a few upsets. Vanguard and Cubs, two teams on slightly different trajectories, but of course both losing critical matches in their group stage. Vanguard against Leiden, Overwatch Cubs against Risen. They're going to come in with something to prove, and I think Vanguard the favorite on paper, but if Overwatch Cubs can figure out some of the errors they were making against Risen, it could be a force to be reckoned with. Sam, what do you think about that?
I would tend to agree. I think that Vanguard... Look, there's a reason that everyone predicted that Vanguard was going to win that match yesterday. And although they weren't able to deliver, that shows that it's something that Blur was talking about, that potential. Are they able to kind of match up to the potential that everyone believes they have, that they've been showing all along? So I think that if they can show up on the day, and if they can, everybody has their monitors on and their mouses and keyboards are plugged in and all of that stuff, then I think that they can take a solid victory there. Overwatch Cubs, though, have had a fairly interesting run throughout the stages. Obviously, not just the matches this weekend, but just throughout the ATK Overwatch series. And so I think that there's also potential there. But Vanguard, I don't know, I saw something in them in that last matchup yesterday. And I think that there's a lot for them to draw on. And if they can just review some of that footage and pinpoint some of those mistakes, that alt economy that we spoke about, and understanding the compositions. Okay, they only have a week to get through it, but I think that they have a really, really solid chance here.
Yeah, I can agree more. I believe they're coached by Alvin Slayer Vanguard. To know how much he actually does with them. At least on paper, that's the idea. So perhaps Coach Alvin Slayer will be able to help them through that one. What are your thoughts on that matchup, Blur, and a few of the others in the lower bracket?
I think in terms of that matchup, I'd be particularly surprised to see anything but a Vanguard win. But that said, the strength of Cubs, we talk about Miniteg as a strength of Cubs, and the strong long-range hit scan player was the weakness of Vanguard against Leiden. The strong-ranged projectile player might be the weakness that they have here. It could be very much that they struggle against the same thing, against a team with a very similar strength. The other weakness that they had was kind of in adjusting to a new main tank, and Cubs are having the same kind of struggle, adjusting to Snaphead, coming in on that main tank, hasn't played a lot of main tank, so it looks a little bit shaky there, but certainly didn't do badly against Vanguard. It's certainly do or die time, and I think if they're not able to kind of get some momentum early in the game, if they're not able to push themselves aggressively and make that space for Miniteg to punish Vanguard in the way we saw Leiden do in the last match, I think they're gonna really struggle.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. So that is about that, ladies and gentlemen, for our lower bracket. And those will be our brackets. A couple of stellar matches there, of course. Evo versus OG. Going to be one we look out for. Vanguard versus Cubs. Another one where there's a slight question mark at the result of that one. Things are really going to heat up in the next round, though, so we're excited to see who win those first couple of matches. But that's going to be it from us here at the panel and for this weekend. Hashtag Overwatch by Champs Action. Before we go, though, Sam, where can we find you? Stepping in for Miru today, thanks so much on very short notice and doing an incredible job as we've come to expect. So where can we find you if we want to keep up with you online?
Yeah, happy to have been able to fill in some big shoes to fill, but I hope I did it some justice. If for whatever reason you find me interesting enough to follow, I'm at Nari Mizuki. If I own a social media platform, that's my name.
Awesome. Blur, same for you.
Yeah, you can find me on blur_RSA. I'm of course interesting enough to follow, so you should definitely follow me on Twitter.
You want any spice on 80% of the teams in the country? Coach Blur is the man to follow.
66. Yeah, 66.
66.6. That 0.6 is very important.
And
Okay.
then you slice that in half again to get the actual win rate of those teams.
Yes.
That's where you can keep up with Blur. You can, of course, follow the Cows at Twitter as well, at ZA Overwatch. We've been putting out a lot of work. Blur, the man himself, actually doing a lot of work on the social media accounts, putting out some polls. Who won the poll today? It was you, right, with predictions?
I think actually, if anyone won I won the poll of predictions, but I think if anyone actually won in terms of predictions, it's Naori today, isn't it?
I think it exactly was, Sam. So the community, next time we put a vote out like that, vote for Miru, I guess, who's my analog in this case. Because that is where the serious predictions are coming in from. I really, looking at that and seeing Alt down there with 3% or whatever it was, it's like, oh, my poor boy. But when you got that 0% prediction rate, I mean, what you couldn't ask for. That's where you can find some interesting updates on the Overwatch community in South Africa, everything you need over there. And then, of course, at ATK Arena on Twitter for all your ATK action, Pro Series, Rocket League, Rainbow Six Siege. They run a lot of tournaments. They're running some Apex scrims, really a lot going on. And, of course, most importantly, from our point of view, the hashtag Overwatch Champs. Running through there as well. Follow them on Twitch. If Twitch ever works again, we'll probably stream there. If not, follow them here. Subscribe on YouTube as well for all of the Overwatch Champ stuff. So thanks so much for joining us, guys. We'll be back at bright and early next week, Saturday.
And where do we find you?
Oh, good question. At Sun Phoenix on Twitter. I've been talking all day. I'm just like ready to go.
Also, the teams. The teams.
I'm not doing all the teams now. Get out of here with that nonsense. At Sun Phoenix on Twitter, ACNPHEONYX. I've been tweeting a lot of different things, so you can follow me there. I don't coach any teams, unfortunately, so the spice is not forthcoming. But still, I say some interesting stuff. That is me. And then where was I? You guys interrupted me and threw me off.
You were saying goodbye, that's why.
We need Peach's social.
And Defect? Come on, man.
And Defect and Miru.
Yes, so, bro.
Throwing the peace out.
Mish, God.
No, I got them to put themselves earlier, so get off my back about that. Who was it? Peach at the Peach ZA on Twitter, at twitch.tv/the Peach ZA on Twitch as well. Streams fairly regularly. Defect has also been streaming at Defect_ZA on Twitch. On Twitter.
Streaming on Twitter.
Is no. You guys are
This is solid hosting.
every time, and it's throwing my train of thought off. I think that's all the socials. If I miss some socials, you can deal with it. It's fine. That's going to be it, guys, from us. Oh, I was saying we're starting bright and early on Saturday next week. We've got 4 games to get through. 8:20 will be the start time, so set your alarms for that to catch the pre-show and the pre-match. It's going to be Altruism and Miru taking you through the day of casts, so myself and Blur, and a menagerie of guests, hopefully including people like Sam, Mish, and Lag Beast as well, taking you through the panel and keeping up to date with all the goings on. So thanks so much for following, guys. We'll see you next week.